17.
Pardon?
You only have 17 then, right?
We
can
got
cross out
19.
those two.
Okay, yeah.
We'll just go through all of them then this morning. You ready?
Jeanette?
Should be here in 10 minutes. We're going to open up with a pledge of prayer, and then we'll go straight to public comment. So. Call to order the Monday, November 18th, 2024 meeting of the State Election Board. We have a quorum. My name is John Favre. I'm the chairman of the State Election Board. I'm joined today by members Jeffries, member Johnston, member Gazal, member King is running a few minutes late, but she will join us in a little bit, and our executive director Mike Cohn and our paralegal Alexandra Harden. So, well, it's over. The election is, and now we started anew with the State Election Board. I want to give the thanks, first of all, to all those hardworking poll workers out there. Over the last few weeks, I've had a chance to get out there and visit a lot of different polls, and it was amazing to me to meet with the poll workers that are out there. And when you see a lot of them, they're in their 60s and 70s and even 80 years old, and they're working 12-hour shifts and getting 30 minutes for lunch and 2 15-minute breaks a day, and I'm amazed that they're able to get out there with that kind of stamina and do that. And I'm just so thankful for all of them volunteering their time for very little money and the hard work that they do. And I was also, it was really good to see the voters and how happy they were and how smooth things went at all the polling locations. And I was all the way from North Georgia to South Georgia and a lot in Atlanta. And, the wait times were minimal at best. On election day, the average wait time was 3 minutes across the state. Prior to that, the longest wait time I had heard was an hour up in North Georgia, where they only had one early voting location, and so everybody showed up on the first day. So it was really pretty smooth. The voters that I ran across anyway seemed to be happy, and the poll workers were happy, and the superintendents that I spoke with were happy. So we're just glad that that big election's over. We can start looking towards 2026, I guess. First, we'll start today with the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Johnson, would you lead us in prayer, please?
Let us pray. O Lord Almighty, how great and majestic and glorious are you. Thank you for your goodness and blessings. Thank you for this gathering today. Bless our President, Joe Biden. Bless our President-elect, Donald Trump. Bless our Governor, Brian Kemp. Guide us in the work we do today. Give us discernment, wisdom, and clarity in the task at hand. Show us the truth, show us the way. God bless Georgia and the USA. Amen.
Amen. Member Gazal, would you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance, please? Well, unfortunately, we only have one page of public comment today. So
There's still time.
there's still time, that's right. But we'll go with the same standard. We're going to go with public comment first, and 2 minutes each, please. Director Cohn will lightly tap when you're at the end of your 2 minutes or near the end of your 2 minutes, and then we ask that you please be considerate of everybody. As we've learned, we all have a lot of different opinions on things, but everybody deserves a voice and deserves respect. So please be respectful for other people. And Director Cohn.
Oh, okay. There it comes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see everybody here. A lot of regulars, some new, and it's great to have you guys here for our meeting. We'll start. We'll just, because we don't have a huge audience, we don't have to stack you guys up against the wall, but I'll just call you up at 3 or 4 at a time, and then that way we can keep it orderly. We'll start with Matt Rowanzak. Is that how you pronounce it? Yes. Okay, great. Kevin Muldowney, Field Cersei, Eugene Williams. If y'all get in line over here, please, and then we'll get this rolling. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
All right, good morning, board. I'm a Fulton County voter. I've observed, I've worked, and I've monitored Fulton County elections over the last 4 years. We continue to have a culture problem within Fulton County elections and a lack of leadership to address it. There was consistent obstruction of observation and overall transparency with administering elections, including this most recent one. Whether that be a massive disparity in political party representation in the election workers, there was actually a lawsuit that was brought over that, denying the public and even Board of Election members access to election documents, hostility to poll watchers, outright obstruction of public observation, and blatant disrespect from Elections Director Nadine Williams to elected officials, Board of Elections members, and members of the public. This has got to change. Secondly, I want to bring to your attention that you should have 1 or 2 requests for investigation from this most recent election, and it is in regards to Fulton County advising individuals on multiple occasions that they could vote on election day when they were either not registered to vote or they were very recently registered, including on the spot. So we have election workers, maybe employees, that are either not educated on the law or worse, they don't care to follow the law. I encourage you to pursue this request since it occurred multiple times. And then lastly, Fulton County is likely to receive a positive report from Ryan Germany and the Carter Center because we've seen this playbook before. Fulton County brought in the Carter Center to observe the 2022 election and published a report with almost zero objectivity and absent of various issues that did occur. So don't be surprised if this happens again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Kelvin Muldowney.
Good morning, Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County resident and voter. I encourage the board to wholeheartedly accept Lucia Frazier's rule proposals. To run a clean and transparent election, we must have a definitive starting point, the certified list of electors, and defined endpoint, the certified list of voters that participated in that election. These lists absolutely need to be available to the public. If not, what is the Secretary of State hiding? The board is not working for the Secretary of State, but is working for the citizens of the state of Georgia to ensure a fair and perfect election. These two objectives should not be in conflict, and it should be very concerning when they seem to be. During the past election, Fulton decided to open 4 new drop-off locations for absentee ballots on the 3 days between the close of early voting and Election Day. This is very strange, and in my mind, bordering on illegality. Observers were dispatched to all 4 locations. Fulton sent out a communication forbidding any observers. The SOS surprisingly countered with an email allowing the observation to take place. This went downhill Sunday and Monday. Observers, including 2 Georgia senators, were forbidden from entering these makeshift ballot collection centers. The Elections Department seems to suffer from a culture that is far from transparent. This was again on display during election certification. The BRE board members, who were the actual superintendents of our elections, much to Nadine Williams' dismay, had to certify with only results tally. No supporting documents were provided. They could not get copies and could only scribble down notes on their own. There was an AJC article dated October 14 with the headline, "Inappropriate and Unprofessional. Georgia Election Board Chair wants his GOP peers to back down." Chairman Favre, when you sick your media dogs on your own board so that they bow to your wishes, well, that's the height of inappropriate and unprofessional. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have Phil Searcy.
Good morning. Field Searcy from Grady County. Thank you, Board. As we've said elsewhere, the people's sovereignty over elections in Georgia has been usurped and outsourced to foreign corporations and special interests. It looks like the precinct tabulator tapes from Georgia's elections, including the most recent 2024, have local election workers certifying the elections, quote, in accordance with the Local Authority Election Act, end quote. We looked this up in Georgia Code and cannot find any reference to the Local Authority Election Act. In fact, we found it in the province of Alberta, Canada. Apparently, no one has noticed this in 4 years, and we have our local election workers signing a legal document certifying elections with this wording. Let that sink in a bit. It is disappointing that the SCB did not meet before the election to address a serious cybersecurity issue discovered in 4 Georgia counties through open records requests and made known in Fulton County Superior Court testimony about 6 or 7 weeks ago. I'm referring to the encryption hash codes stored in plain text, which have been used to decrypt the system admin password. This same password has been found in 6 other states and appears to not have been updated in 15 years. Do you think any steps were taken to correct the issue? It has become a national joke. You can buy all sorts of merch on Amazon with this password. Further, there is a serious question as to how this version of the software was even approved by the Election Assistance Commission, being that the password security protocols didn't even meet NIST or VSSG standards at the time it was approved by the EAC in 2019. These are just more examples of maladministration. Everything about the election system and the SOS that approved it is suspect and subject to microscopic scrutiny. And yet, the SOS has been caught sending secret emails soliciting $5 million for a 501c4 to combat disinformation. The 2024 election may be over, but the fight for election security continues. The state has still not addressed the core issues of our voting system: insecure electronic voting system, manipulated voter rolls and synthetic identity theft, and failure to enforce major election law violations. Remove the machines, decentralize the voting rolls, and go to hand-marked, hand-counted, security-grade paper ballots at the precincts, same-day voting. Taiwan, a country of 24 million people, can do it. We can do it in Georgia. Return dominion back to the people.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Eugene Williams, you're up next.
Good morning. My name is Eugene Williams. I reside in Cobb County, and I've been working there for several years trying to clean up and get the voter rolls in better shape. And I was here at the October 8th State Board of Elections meeting where I heard Ms. Saria Draper speak and really, frankly, unjustly disparage Eagle AI and the great work that they've been doing to help clean up the voter rolls across the state. I thought she was absolutely off base in her remarks and was only repeating the false talking points put out by the machine that seems to love bloated voter rolls filled with the names of deceased electors that have died, electors that have moved out of state years ago, electors that have filed homestead exemptions in other jurisdictions other than the ones that they're registered to vote from, electors that are actively voting in other states than the one that they're registered right here in Georgia. It's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The problem just goes on and on and on. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Rick and his data team for putting together a system to uncover the issues in our voter rolls. From my firsthand experience, it's a great program that does a wonderful job of rooting out invalid voter registrations. And Dr. Rick's very clear, the only data that goes into his program is government source data. His program uses exactly the same data that ERIC inputs into their system. And I love his signature line found on his emails: no politics, just data. It's completely a nonpartisan effort. It's a great software program, and I wish all the election departments across the state of Georgia would be using it, because bottom line, we have a problem with our voter rolls. And frankly, there's no better system out there than Eagle AI to help identify the failings in our voter rolls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I appreciate it. Okay, the next batch of folks we're going to call up is Chris Hayden, Lucia Frazier, Jason Frazier, and Maria Gaudio. She's on there twice.
Good morning. I'm Chris Hayden. I'm a Fulton County resident. I was a poll worker at East Roswell Library Advanced Voting Precinct during the most recent advanced voting. I have sent an email to Ms. King ahead of this meeting about my experience. I will forward it to the board afterwards. The precinct was laid out in such a way that the BMDs and ballot scanners were in a separate room from the poll clerks working the poll pads, checking voters' registration. The precinct managers were in a room with the BMDs and scanners. The poll pad clerks doing the registration were in the lobby area of the library. Upon registration, voters were then directed to enter the room with the managers and the BMDs to vote. I think this is a very bad setup. All the poll workers and the managers and equipment need to be in the same room. Maybe the precinct needs to be moved to another location since it is so small. There was an incident at this precinct of the paper without the watermark being used to produce ballots. I do not know the specifics of how that happened, but maybe having everyone in the room would have prevented it. Also, when the poll was closed, were poll watchers allowed in the room with the BMDs and scanners? At no other time did they observe the operation of this equipment and process. They only sat in the library lobby observing the check-in process. Also, I recommend labeling the absentee ballot drop box be changed. The sign on the absentee ballot box should say "Insert absentee ballot here." After printing their ballot, many voters would see the box. They would see on top where it says "Insert ballot here." They would put their ballot in the box. The poll worker nearby the scanner would hear the sound, or the manager would see them walking away from the box and holler, "Stop." She would then announce that she was opening the ballot to retrieve the ballot. Then the voter would properly scan the ballot. I think the sign on the absentee ballot should say, "Insert absentee ballot here." Many of these incidents should be averted. Maybe the word absentee needs to be even in red to increase its visibility.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Lucia Frazier.
Good morning, everybody. I think that the key word going forward is risk mitigation. So we had a lot of good stuff that's happened, but there's still a lot of holes that we need to close. And we now have plenty of time to look at that and work with each other and talk about it in these meetings or however you want to do it, and all together in agreement come up with ways to have more transparency. I did a little watching at Georgia Tech, and I was there for probably about an hour during early voting, and there was a lot of students that were kind of on the side waiting for their registrations to get, all had issues. They weren't in the poll pad. They all had some sort of issue with their registrations, and some of them were waiting a whole hour before they could vote. So obviously there's still a lot of work to be done. And it does hurt voter participation when you have to wait an hour for something to get fixed on your registration, when we do have plenty of time to clean all that up way ahead of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Next up is Jason Frazier.
Hello, this is Jason Frazier. I wanted to speak to a few things, I guess, to rebuttal Ms. Draper, who called me out on sine die when she was trying to block SB 189. Yes, I'm that guy. So some of her complaints were that Eagle Eye does not have good source data. Well, Eagle Eye uses the same source data that Eric uses, same source data that candidates use when they try to run and send out mailers and try to reach out to potential voters. Same source data that counties use, and actually it's generated at the county level. Same source data that municipalities use when they run their own elections. And what is that data? It comes directly from the Secretary of State's voter roll. Secretary of State's voter roll is dirty. It needs cleaned up. I've been trying to clean it up, and I would love to work with you, Syra, to help clean up this mess. I can't understand your... Yes, thank you. So anyway, there are thousands of people that have moved out of state. There are hundreds of thousands of people that filed an NCOA and no longer live here that Fulton County and other counties refuse to take off the voter rolls. That costs all of us money. It makes the elections work tremendously harder because they're maintaining voter rolls for people that aren't here, and it just gets worse. We talked about, or some of the folks in this building talked about how we use Real ID to try to vet potential illegals from registering to vote here. Well, we might use Real ID, but it really surprises me whenever I look at the voter rolls and I see typos in people's names. Right now, I just looked at a voter roll that we got on the 14th, and there are 805 people that have a date of birth of 1900, 1886, 1885, 1881, and 1800. One would think Real ID would verify a name and a date of birth if they're going to verify if somebody is a citizen of this country. You would think that would just be standard protocol. So if we're using Real ID to vet this, we need to check every data field so that way everybody can vote that is supposed to vote. I want clean elections. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Next up, we have Maria Gaudio.
Thank you. I would like to say that it's just pure common sense to have Lucia's rules passed. The certified electors list and the qualified voters lists are imperative to have, and it just needs to be available to us. Thank you. As far as my poll watching for 4 consecutive days at one of the last-minute locations, where do I begin to tell the story of 130 Peachtree Street? Gunshots blaring, a guy bleeding out on the corner. But oh no, no, there's more. A few minutes later, gunshots at the CVS. Though the x-ray machine was not working, the metal detectors not working for 2 days, we saw dozens of voters registered and told they could vote on Tuesday. Individuals with multiple ballots, not just 2, but 4, 8, and 14 to 16. Some with chain of custody affidavits made, and this is verified on video. The registrar called the cops on me and made a false report that I had assaulted her, but the SWAT team members found otherwise and insisted that I be moved to the front window to continue my poll watching. I think their services could have been better used in other ways instead of that false report the registrar made on me. Christine Sadowski from the Carter Center loaned her name tag to someone else. That was just stupid. Why would you do that? The Secretary of State's office has not responded to my complaints as of yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. We appreciate your comments. The next list of group of people, Sandra Burchett, Janet Grant, Don Hackney, and Stephen Bartoleski. You guys, if you could come over to the line, please.
My name is Sandra Burkhart, and I am a registered legal voter. I have a question. What is lawfare? As an attorney, you, Mrs. Gazal, are possibly more familiar with it than most people. I found this definition fascinating. Lawfare is the use of legal systems and institutions to damage or delegitimize an opponent or to deter people from using their legal rights. Personally, I am sick of it. I see it as a tool using fear to manipulate people who do not love truth and justice enough to defend it. Fortunately, enough courageous people who believe in truth and justice are fed up with it as well. Our Georgia Code book is full of laws that are totally ignored with elections. Counting the ballots at each polling precinct is not a figment of my imagination. It is a law. It is disappointing that 2 members of this board refuse to care enough to promote laws that are in place for fair, secure, transparent elections in Georgia in our recent election. We are no better off than we were before other elections. The board has failed to uphold its purpose to protect and defend all the legal voters in Georgia. However, fortunately, truth is more powerful than lies, and our country will have a legitimate president because this time the corruption wasn't sufficient. And our last elections honored those who fought for our freedom and continue to defend the Constitution. I hope I can look forward to more truth being more powerful with this board so that they can have an impact.
Thank you, Sandra. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Janet Grant.
Good morning. My name is Janet Grant, and I live in DeKalb County, where I also serve as an area poll manager. I'm here today to express my concerns with the investigation presented at your last meeting into 8 counties for their handling of voter challenges. This followed a last-minute added agenda item the meeting previously and was based only on comments from a GOP county chair, which was piled onto by the, quote, data nerds. The investigation was opened with no representation or input from the impacted counties. We later found out that one of the counties had not even had any voter challenges in the last year. I have followed the DeKalb Election Board for years and seen it forced from a focus on true election administration to being consumed by baseless voter challenges. The time and focus required of the board and our election leadership and staff, as well as the cost to taxpayers, should concern us all. I'm also aware that DeKalb County and county election officials from across the state have been begging this board for years to develop guidance for managing these challenges, yet nothing's been provided. Counties have had to handle this on their own, and in the case of DeKalb, they drafted and approved procedures to guide their process and decision-making. In addition, they recently approved a scheduling resolution to comply with the National Voter Registration Act, stating that challenges would be heard after the election if submitted within 90 days of an election. The county GOP sued over 5,000 challenges that were filed well within that 90-day window, and then turned around and brought their grievance here rather than waiting for the court action. The petition filed by Peter Simmons of Protect Democracy and discussed by your board back in July and August would provide the guidance that counties across the states are asking for. I urge this board to focus your attention on passing this rule or something similar rather than pursuing questionable partisan allegations against our largest counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Hackney, you're up next.
I'm Don Hackney, a retired Atlanta attorney. In 2021, the General Assembly dramatically changed the landscape for voter challenges by permitting unlimited challenges. But this change triggered the National Voter Registration Act, in which Congress imposes strict limitations on the right to remove voters from the voting rolls. Compliance with the NVRA is not optional, and its provisions preempt state and local laws that are in conflict with it. Unfortunately, the General Assembly did not amend Georgia's challenge laws to conform to the requirements of the NVRA. This is the leading cause of the rampant chaos and confusion that has plagued our county boards of election. The NVRA prohibits removing voters based on a change of residence unless the removal process complies with the procedural requirements of the Act. Unfortunately, Georgia's 2 voter challenge statutes do not remotely comply with the NVRA's requirements. Voter challenges based on issues other than changes in residency are not permitted by the NVRA and must be dismissed. Lastly, the NVRA's 90-day rule prohibits voter removal efforts that are not fully completed 90 days prior to an election. And please note that Senate Bill 189's 40-day rule does not and cannot legally amend a federal law. I do not know what will be discussed later today, but in my view, the worst thing that this board could do is to take some type of official action without first following the advice of attorneys who understand the NVRA and its severe restrictions on voter challenges. To do otherwise would compound the chaos and confusion that Democratic and Republican board members already faced when they have to deal with the disruptive avalanche of voter challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hackney. We appreciate your comments. Stefan Bartoleschi, you're up next.
Good morning. My name is Stefan Bartelski. I'm a voter in Forsyth County, and I represent Common Sense, and I do it as a unpaid volunteer. Just very quickly, before I start my topic, I just want to mention the two previous speakers talked about voter challenges. We do not challenge voters. We challenge voter registrations that we have evidence that are ineligible and fully compliant with the NVRA, by the way. Now, it can be open to interpretation, but that is something that you can sort out. But most of our challenges, 90% of those challenges are fully compliant to NVRA. Anyway, what I did want to talk about, we've been told that Georgia has the most secure, honest elections and voter rolls in the USA. God help the USA if we're the best, because we are really bad. Here's some examples that I need to quickly run through. We had about 3.7 million early voters. Early voters are classified as absentee ballots. 1,400 of those actually have a flag that they were not absentee ballots. The voter history file has almost 4,000 people who do not appear in the voter registration file. The QVL file, the qualified voter list that Jason Frazier asked for and was provided by the Secretary of State. 4,000, how can that be? We also have a large number of people who voted in person, but they are flagged as being absentee ballot voters. The system is broken. The system is broken. Is it the system? Is it the processes? Or is it people who actually are trying to find ways to cheat? The people of Georgia deserve to know what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Bartelski. Okay, next group of folks we're going to have come forward, Julie Adams. We've got Victoria Cruz, Stephen Adishire, and Charles Rambo. If you guys would please come get in the line, we'd love to hear from you in that order, please. Board Member Adams, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was sworn in on the board of Fulton County Elections in February, and since March, I've been trying to get documents to certify elections. It's been a long journey, and I'm here to report, as I sent to all of you all last night, we certified the elections without the numbered voters list and without a list of precincts, the number of people that voted, and the vote method. We spent hours looking at documents, and we didn't have the two most crucial documents that we are, by law, supposed to have before we certify. I am asking the board to try to help me. I've done everything I can to get them to follow the law. And I had to certify because I have a court order that said I have to say yes to certification. What we did on Tuesday, in my opinion, is against the law. And I want these documents. And it's just absolutely ridiculous that we cannot get them. We have still not gotten them. And so that's what I'm here to say. I also totally support Lucia Frazier's rules I think more transparency is needed. And I have to tell you, I'm going to be up next time I can present a rule. And I am going to ask that all the documents that we need to certify elections be made public on the websites.
Julie, real quick, what was those documents that you were not provided?
It's the numbered list of voters, and the numbered list of voters to certify is in SEB 183-1-12-112F. It is number 3 is a list of voters who voted in the election shall be compiled by category, the number of voters who voted on election day in person, advance voting, absentee, and provisionally. This list shall be examined for duplicates. This list shall be sorted by precinct. The total number of unique voter IDs from each precinct shall be counted. The total number of unique voters who voted by each vote method shall be reported for each precinct. And then the next one goes on, number 4 goes on and explains explains more. Sorry, it's
okay.
long.
What was the reasoning for them not
Pardon me?
giving, what was the reason they gave you not to provide it?
So on Friday, I was told that we would have it on Monday. On Monday, they were delayed because they had to look at some ballots because they hadn't given credit to qualified write-in candidates. And so they kept saying when they finished that, they would provide the lists. They finished around 3 o'clock. We did not certify until about 5:40, but we never got the list. And I was told, the chairman told me all day long that I would have it, and as time was growing later, she kept telling me I might not have that long to review it. But then she gavelled in for us to vote and certify without ever giving it to me.
And if you didn't certify, even though you didn't have the documents that you needed to feel confident certifying, you would have been breaking the law, basically.
Well, I mean, I tried to point out to her that many counties don't certify by that date because some issue comes up. I will tell you, too, that I was talking to our other board member, Mike Heekin, after that, and he pointed out, and I really hadn't thought of this, that what they were doing in re-looking at those ballots, they had the vote review panel, wouldn't have made any difference in the list of voters nor the list of ballots cast per precinct, per vote method. That day, it didn't really occur to me, and so that's it.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Victoria Cruz.
Good morning, Board. My name is Victoria Cruz. I am a resident of Athens, Georgia, but I live in Oconee County. And I would like to address an error that was made. I think when your administrator was sent to Athens to look for voter challenges that had been denied, he should have gone to Athens, Oconee County, and not Athens, Clark County. That's why there was one county that had no challenges. Had he gone to Oconee County and spoken with our director, he would have found out the way the challenges were handled there. And that's what I'm here to talk about. I live in a small county, have for 27 years. I first became aware of Oconee County Oconee County's registration problem through Judicial Watch. Judicial Watch, as you know, is a conservative organization, but it has targeted over-registrations around the country. And in 2017, Georgia was going to be sued, was threatened to be sued by Judicial Watch for being one of the 11 counties with over 100% registered voters compared to civilians of voting age population, civilian voting age population, citizen voting age population. So I thought, well, that must be a mistake. Certainly since 2017, they would have addressed this. And then again, I found out from data from Dr. Frank, who also analyzed voter rolls across the United States, county by county, that indeed Oconee County was still among those that was over-registered. How can my little red county not pay attention to voter registrations? And indeed, in their 2022 EAC, most recent EAC report, they themselves report an active registration that is 103.5% of the estimated citizen voting age population. So I decided to get, I'm sorry, is that 2 minutes?
That's 2 minutes.
I got involved in all my challenges of people who had moved and registered. The 229s were dismissed. I wasn't able to get anybody off the rolls. We ended up giving 64 230s after the board realized what its responsibility was. But in the end, we got sued because the board got sued to disallow those challenges. These are just registration challenges because a Democrat decided that my use of Eagle Eye to obtain names of people who deserved looking into was not right, and she called in the ACLU and the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they sort of ganged up on everything, and all the challenges were dismissed by consent decree. And Ryan Germany represented our county. I don't know why. Our county attorney didn't. Ryan Germany was called in to represent, which seemed really terrible to me, but he also did a terrible job, and the case was lost. Anyway, very, very strange happenings, and I think that we need better rules about challenges.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. We appreciate your
Oh,
comments.
and my daughter only got off the DeKalb voter rolls this year when I encouraged her to go onto the Secretary of State's website and remove herself, because she moved into New York and started voting there and was still on the voter rolls with her husband in 2024. She moved in 2018.
Thank her for being a diligent voter. Thank you. All right, next up is Stephen Adishire. I hope I got your name right, sir.
Close enough.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Elshire. I reside in Oconee County. I poll watch for 8.5 complete 12-hour days in Clark County, as Victoria has just alluded to, that we are adjacent counties. I was at the Tate Student Center at the University of Georgia, where it was open for student voting for 3 days, October 28 through 30, and I was present half of the morning of the second day. A problem throughout the days at the Tate Center was the need to use so-called supplemental voter pathway because students wanted to vote at the university. They almost uniformly said that they thought they were registered in Clark County, Athens, while they had originally been registered in their home county, often in the metro area here in Atlanta. This was usually blamed by the poll workers on the Jarvis system not having moved the registration to the new county, Clark. This necessitated the poll workers at the Tate Student Center having to have their students complete a form called the Application for In-Person Absentee Ballot in a rather chaotic effort. The students were really just massed around, like 20 at a time, around a very small picnic table while doing all this. The application is of uncertain origin. It does not bear the seal of the Secretary of State. Its legal provenance is uncertain, but it was used extensively at that location. Then the poll worker would call the local election office to get a login phone code, followed by the worker taking the voter directly to the ballot marking device, bypassing the poll pad component except for the initial rejection at the poll pad. where they had found that the voter was still registered in their home county. There are 3 codes necessary to activate the BMDs. After the BMD login by the poll worker, the student voted in the usual manner, including printing a physical paper ballot, which went into the tabulator scanner. This also happened at several other Clark County precincts where we poll watched. It became so commonplace that Clark County itself sent out designated laptop computers to the precincts to look up their own logins and have the manager directly log into Jarvis, followed by allowing the voter to vote. I'm not sure if the codes are unique, but they are written in a physical notebook for each precinct, which implies that the codes are not unique. One poll manager that I spoke to at length and who had an extensive IT background said Jarvis does batch syncing, but whether that means every 15 minutes or 12 or 24 hours is uncertain. The first day, according to another poll watcher my wife and I know personally, there were more than 140 so-called supplemental voter applications. My half day there were between 40 and 50. So considering the county altogether, it seems reasonable to expect that at least there were 200 of these so-called special workarounds. And as a personal opinion, this seems very similar to same-day registration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning to this board. My name is Charles Rambo. I am a Fulton County resident, voter, as well as a recent write-in candidate for Fulton County Sheriff. I am here in a unique petition to you at the State Board to consider setting aside the results of the Fulton County Sheriff's race, and for these square reasons. Under OCGA 21-2-521, I have filed before the Fulton County Board of Elections a petition raising concerns of which I was only given 10 minutes basically to respond to some of the things that I raised in this particular race. I realized when I ran as a write-in the risk that I was taking, but at the end of the day, it's not just me, it's the voters who came to the polls to write my name in and still do not have any certification or tabulation of results, not on Fulton County's website nor on the Secretary of State. So how is it that you have a certification from Fulton County and you have no results to show what an official write-in candidate's numbers look like? I have gone before them and I have requested 3 times. I've requested 3 times under this particular law to come in and at least allow me as the candidate to be an observer. I realize the rules that come along with that. I'm a retired law enforcement officer. However, at the same time, I've not received any response whatsoever. I'm sorry, I did not run on a partisan candidacy. But at the end of the day, having served my community as a military person, as a law enforcement officer, what have you, I don't deserve that level of disrespect from that board or anyone else. And I won't tolerate that. With that, I am asking for you to at least, because of I understand you have 17 days after a write-in, candidate's certification has been provided to you to make your certification at the Secretary of State's level. That still has not been tabulated. If you look on Fulton's website, that number still has not been brought forward. And Ms. Adams, I want to thank you. And I'm not implicating her, but she specifically just sat here and told you what one of the concerns was, and that was with write-in vote tabulations. We owe it not only to myself and the time that I put into this effort, but also the voters, particularly the ones that came out unexpected, and I didn't realize it, the North Fulton voter base. You can look at those precincts and look at that there was 0 numbers reported for me. So as I close, this is the one case that I will ask you to take a similar look at, even though it was not litigation, and that was with Michelle Spears Long in DeKalb County, when she faced a similar situation where it said that she had very little vote counts, and today is now the DeKalb County Commissioner. Please take that under advisement and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments and your service to our country. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Garland Favorito up next. I'll just pass them on. Just hand them to me. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, we're still here. We had an election, but we're still concerned about election integrity. Yesterday, I emailed you a complaint that many counties did not perform the tabulation tape total ballot reconciliation that was required to match to the scanner ballot counts. This was required by the 2 new rules that y'all passed with no controversy and no legal challenge. I'm asking that, Mr. Chairman, that you and the board write a letter informing them that they must comply with the rules that you passed for this election and have Executive Director Cohn follow up with the counties to make sure they comply. I'm not interested in investigating or prosecuting anybody, just simply want to make sure that this is done because it's very important. I want to note that the Secretary of State failed to provide any guidance to the counties about this, and they failed to reply when I wrote them my concern prior to certification. The reason this is important is because, as I explained in previous meetings, the reconciliation is necessary to ensure the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 voting system tabulators are not rejecting ballots without detection. This was found to have occurred on the same system used in Tennessee, where it was replaced after the Secretary of State recommended its discontinuance. We know from the autolog analysis, Georgia's system has the same type of error throughout most of the counties. I provided the official government reports at the September 20th meeting to show that our voting system failed to count 1,642 ballots in the Gwinnett County 2020 election, failed to count 224 ballots in the Coffee County 2020 election, and how it declared the wrong winners, as Sheriff Rambo just said, or Mr. Rambo, how in the DeKalb 2022 District 2 Commission primary. So I'm asking that the board simply follow up on this and make sure that the counties comply, because it's absolutely critical to ensure that this voting system is counting correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Favorito. Appreciate your comments, and that concludes our public comment section. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm turning it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of board meeting minutes, and once we do that, then we'll have a short recess. The board has in front of them the meeting minutes from the October 8th, 2024 meeting. If you would review that, or if you have previously reviewed it, the board will entertain a motion. So moved. We have a motion to approve the October 8th, 2024 meeting minutes. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on those minutes? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the October 8th, 2024 meeting minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Meetings are approved. The board would, or the chair would entertain a motion for a short comfort break. We have a motion, we have a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:10. Thank you. The executive session at the end of the meeting is solely for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter and not any legal issues. So those of you that are waiting around, there really isn't anything to that. It's just a personnel issue. So the next item on the agenda is procedure matters. We have a petition for amendment of SEB Rule 183-1-12-.19, subsection 11, presented by Lucia Frazier. Ms. Frazier. All right, go ahead. Does this display have to be on too? Ms. Frazier, you're up. Now, we'd like to keep this to 10, 15 minutes if possible.
I think that's possible.
Okay, let me. You actually have both petitions, so we'll finish the first one and roll right into the second one. Do you have any speakers speaking on your behalf?
Possibly, but maybe not. We'll
Okay.
just- Oh, gosh. It's always an issue. That's what I had to do last time, but it.
I was doing, these are backwards in our folder, right? These are backwards in our folder here, in our, I think, I think the second rule is the first one we're hearing. Okay. I think that's the second one that we're hearing first.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. So this is the petition for the certified list of electors before an election. And I just wanted to, I have a few slides, I just wanted to show some new concerns and refresh the old concerns as to why I'm really pushing for this. So this is a list of some absurdities that I labeled it that way because it just is. They were just absurd. The Fulton BRE greatly limited board member access to election data, as you heard. They had to be taken to court in order to give election data to board members. And then they voted, they said, well, okay, you have to give them data, but then they voted no digital, just paper and pencil. And Fulton County is 550,000 voters-ish. That's no way to be able to audit an election. So, ironically, they were claiming that paper was their most secure method for looking at the election data. Okay. So, additionally, you heard that they never really got to see all the numbers reconciled, you know, from all the three main sources. And then the numbered list was on the agreed list of items, but still not provided. Okay, so this is just to emphasize that transparency is necessary. The certified list of voters before an election and the numbered list of voters after are a way to audit. And counties shouldn't be playing these games and hiding this stuff. So concerns. This election, I learned a new word when I was poll watching, manual activations. That's when you allow people to vote who are not in the poll book. How do we know that they registered on time? That there's no way to, we don't know if the registration date is accurate or backdated. All this stuff should really be taken care of. October 7th is the deadline. I understand you get an influx of registrations that day. I think a week before early voting, October 7th to October 14th is enough time to get everybody in. And if there's a pending status, because I understand if people leave information off, they have 30 days to cure it, then, we should have a list. Like I've claimed before, you have the certified list, and then you have all these people that are in pending status that we know there's a finite number of people. And while people were manually activated, there is a written document in the poll to show that includes the numbered list of voters that are showing up that are not in the poll book. So that's at least the official record that they get voter credit. Just letting you know that that is a document and that is something that that is included in the before and after records. And like I said earlier, watching at Georgia Tech, that those manual activations were a really big hassle. I know that there were kids there that waited for an hour, the whole hour I was there. Also, there was some barcode pull when you put your driver's license in to check in, and that brought up a different person. So I know that's a barcode issue probably, but that's still an issue that was in this election that I had not seen before. Additionally, 4,000 registrations statewide that were not on the certified list were given credit for voting. So the certified list that we finally got was given on November 1st. So between November 1st and November 5th, somehow there was that many additional people statewide. It just seems like all this stuff should be resolved before early voting starts. And I will say this is the last time I presented on this. I showed you a lot of different errors in the registrations. So my last point is that they're still there. There hasn't really been a process change to fix that. So as registrations come in, we're still having a lot of registrations with errors. Teamwork. I think we can all agree, when I say teamwork, I mean all of us and all of you, all the board members. I think we can all agree that the electoral list should be frozen before voting starts to have an auditable election. And a certified list of electors before voting starts is public information, so that we can have public oversight, so that there's ability to audit. Counties are responsible for the content of the voter registration lists, and so I believe the easiest way to provide that and be transparent is for the counties to post that link. Just a little bit on ORR communications. Yes, you can send an ORR to get this data. So we did that. It was sent to Fulton County on October 7th for the certified list of electors. It was ignored. Actually, they just sent a link to the Secretary of State to buy the voter roll. So that's not the same thing as the certified list of electors. An ORR was sent to the Secretary of State, same request. They replied it would be sent on October 30th, and when we called and asked about it, they said, oh, we'll send it the November 21st, which is way too late. So after a lot of calls and pressure, it was received on November 1st. And then we have submitted an ORR to the Secretary of State for the numbered list. No response for that yet. So just want to emphasize that the ORR communication is limited and doesn't work very well. And just a quick timeline to show you, there's a lot of time here spent. This is per the law. You know, the current on the top, on October 4th, that's your registration deadline, and that's per law. October 4th is when there's no postmark, so October 7th. And then you have that week till early voting where registrations are being uploaded. And then even through all 3 weeks of early voting, there's still items being updated in Jarvis. And typically those are reflected on the poll pad immediately. However, this time that didn't happen. I guess there was an issue with ePulse or something, but the poll pads were not being updated when people were being added. So that's why there was a lot of discrepancy there. I don't know why. So that's something we do need to figure out as process-wise, why that wasn't being updated. What my proposed additions are going to do, if you look on the bottom of this timeline, is at that point, right before early voting, what we're asking for is all, you would typically have all your registrations entered, and then you can post the certified elector list. And then you can also post the list of registrations that are incomplete that need cured. They're just names. You may not have all the data that they need. And then have a supplemental file, just like the absentee voter file that's posted daily by the SOS, where as people are added as electors, they're added to the supplemental file. Now, this is happening during early voting. I think the intent of the law was not for that to happen. I think that everything is supposed to be in before that, but that's what's happening. So as people are being added for different reasons, I understand the law allows for it if there's errors. We should just have visibility to that. That's all I'm saying. So this is the first petition. I don't know, is there anything else you want to add? Okay. So that's what I have for this first one.
Yeah, I do want to address one thing, because I hit a whole bunch of different polling locations this year, and one thing that I would ask about is people coming in and saying they were registered, not showing up in the poll pads. And constantly I was getting this comment that they would go back and check the DDS site and it showed them as being registered, but for some reason they didn't make the voter list. And therefore they would allow them to vote because they had registered timely with the DDS, but it didn't make the list. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why that happened yet, but there were a lot of people that were added because they, they had registered properly. They just, for some reason, didn't get on the poll pad. So,
I mean, I think that I would like to hear the other petition. I think they go hand in hand. But I will say that I've had similar complaints as well during this election cycle, and just concerns about people not being listed in the system as far as when they go into the poll pad, it's not showing up, versus them being able to prove that they did register on time. So there are issues with whether or not we are, handling this process correctly. So I do have concerns about that. But I do think that maybe we should hear the second petition and then maybe have a discussion on it all together, because they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, it wasn't a come for or against. It was just something that I found, and I found it interesting, and I also was very amazed and proud of the poll workers that went that extra step to try and prove these people did register, and therefore they allowed them to vote, instead of discounting their votes. So they would go to extraordinary steps to try and verify whether they were registered to vote or not.
So I'd like to say a few words. There are two things that are absolutely required for a valid election to start with. One is, who is on the list to vote? Who is eligible to vote? That is the qualified electors list or the qualified voters list. You have to have that in order to begin an election. And then with the election, you have to know who voted. So who's eligible to vote and who voted. And those two items are absolutely necessary. It's necessary from an election integrity standpoint. We need to be able to check and make sure our county governments are doing the job they're supposed to do. Are they looking at the voter list? Are they maintaining the voter list? Are they checking the voter list? Are they making sure that it is accurate and current for the election that is about to take place? There's nothing that you can substitute that is an excuse for why that is not available. It's also necessary for election security, because we know that electronic records now can be hacked. It's not a matter of if they're hacked, it's a matter of when. And so a publicly available voter list allows not only the county, but the public, but the candidates, but the campaigns to check those voter lists and make sure that swaths of voters have not been removed or added inappropriately. It's also very important for voting rights. We know that there's a history of voter suppression in different states, in different localities, in different jurisdictions. And a publicly posted voter list provides that balance, that check, that publicly visible list of who is eligible to vote in this election. And finally, it addresses the issue of campaign equity. So an incumbent has an advantage. They already have their list. They have their targeted voters. But somebody who's trying to run for office and does not have that information readily available is at a disadvantage. This provides an equal opportunity for all candidates, for each candidate, to have access to that voter list so that they can direct their efforts and their campaign to those eligible voters, and they must be eligible voters. So I find it curious that there's a pending list, there's a supplemental list maybe, but in the August meeting of the State Election Board, Blake Evans told the board and all those that were listening that we don't really need a supplemental list anymore because we have up-to-date electronic voter registration system. And he acted like that was not a necessary thing because the voter list was updated on a daily or nightly basis. DDS sends its information to the Secretary of State on a nightly basis for updating. So I don't know why DDS voter registrations were not in the system to start with. When Mr. Evans was asked about the supplemental list, he said, well, maybe for Election Day. Well, that's not good enough. There's a supplemental list that needs to be addressed or published along with the qualified voter list during early voting. I think most of these laws were written when elections were a one-day event. Well, they're not a one-day event anymore. It's a month-long voting period. And so you have to adjust to that month-long voting period. And if voters need to be added because they were the glut of last-minute registrations, then there needs to be a supplemental list published every day to make that also a publicly available list of new voters in that jurisdiction. So I would also question, why do we have to charge individuals? It's back to that same old question. If you've got the money, you can play. You know, it's pay to play. You know, so if you have the money, you get the voter list. But if you don't have the money, what do you do? What do you do? If you want to be interested and you're a data person and you like to look at this, or if you're a candidate that doesn't have much money and this is yet another thing to pay for, what do you do? Why don't we consider having this part of the legislative budget to provide for these voter lists to be published and available to the public? Why isn't it part of the budget so that everyone, whether they have the money or not, can participate in the review of our voter list and our numbered voter roll too, our numbered voter list?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So these two rules go hand in hand, but we will just deal with one and deal with the other. Did you assist her with these rules? I know there was a conversation about it.
So I did reach out to some county election board members who did provide their feedback. You know, we kind of bumped up against the same challenge as whether or not we can alter how the election is being implemented. However, I will say, being a part of this process, reading through the emails that you provided, the information, and I thank you because it did provide me with a lot of clarity around why this is important, why we need this information to be readily accessible. I have to add that I have major concerns about the amount of money we're charging for documents that's supposed to be readily available to the public. I feel like it disenfranchises candidates, it disenfranchises voters. It's basically to what Dr. Jan was stating. When you tell me that I have to be able to afford something that should be readily available to me as the public, that's a problem for me. So I don't know exactly what we can do as a board, but I do know that that's something that needs to be addressed. And I would love it, as I stated before, I would love it if some of these attorneys that are continuously suing us would look into the disenfranchisement of voters and actually put their efforts towards working for the people.
Any other comments?
You would consider them together?
No, we need to vote on them separately.
I would like to make one more comment. The question about having the requesting or requiring the county to post this on their website, while I think that from my standpoint, that would be certainly permissible and allowable. I don't think the counties who are so tethered to the Secretary of State would be willing to do that. I think you would have a non-cooperation from the counties if we adopted a rule that said that they would have to post this. They always defer back to the Secretary of State anyway because it's the Secretary of State that holds the voter rolls. It may be the county's voter rolls, but it's the Secretary of State that controls the database, the program, the voter registration system. So it's problematic from a implementation practical standpoint.
I will add that I think it's Florida that the counties post, they post it as well as the Secretary of State, but the individual counties post on their own website as well. So I believe there is a way for each county to pull just their own subset and post a link to that.
Member Gazal.
In my view, this exceeds our authority as a board. This is a legislative issue. You need to take this up with the legislature. The legislature meets in 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think I share the same concerns that Dr. Jan mentioned as well, that it almost would be futile for us to try to push this through, knowing that we don't have the support and leadership to actually back it. So this is something that I do think should be presented to the legislators. I have already spoken with some legislators about how I do feel that this process is disenfranchising voters, so I'm hoping to see something happen in session.
I'm not aware of any county that provided their qualified voter list to any person or board member. If anyone here is aware of that, please raise your hand or speak up. But I think all these lists, that list in particular, is always referred back to the Secretary of State for obtaining at a cost, at a price. Right.
Got to pay to play.
And one other thing, I mean, if we are going to lean that direction, is there any way this board can try to get us a numbered list of voters? I mean, Julie had to certify without a numbered list. I have submitted an open record request. I have called. They've told me they're going to get back to me. It's like every other bloated department in the government. You call, you don't get an answer, you call, they say, we'll get back to you. I'm still waiting. County should not certify an election without knowing who voted. So one way or another, it's got to happen. I don't think we're partial on how it happens. We just need the data. The people need the data.
Now, this petition is for the qualified electors list, right?
Correct.
Right.
Since there was some overlap we were talking about, I mean, my guess is they'll probably both go the same direction. So just letting you know, we don't have that. And it was not easy to get the certified list either. I mean, I had to put it on Twitter. I had to drum up. I had to reach out to everyone I knew so that way it could put pressure, so that way it would respond instead of getting the certified list on November 21st, well after the election. That's unacceptable. So one way or another, we need to improve the process. How that's improved, you know, we're all up to suggestions. It just needs improved.
Let me clarify. This is not a vote today to accept this petition, or it is a vote to initiate rulemaking procedures, which then would put this out on the website and people would be able to comment. And so we're not passing a rule today. We are voting on what to initiate rulemaking procedures.
Mr. Davis, will you hit your button?
Get your button.
Will you hit your button, please? It's your microphone. There you go.
I'm sure you're all aware of this. I just wanted to remind the board that one of your duties specified in Georgia Code is to recommend changes to the General Assembly. And on a topic this important, I would hope and encourage the board would do just that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just wanted to, I've got the code book here. I just wanted to point out two things. Under 21-2-401 and 21-2-456, the burden for the number of list of voters and the eligible list of voters falls to the counties. It does not fall to the Secretary of State. It's very clear in the statute, 21-2-401 and 21-2-456.
Yeah, I think that's what I was, one of my main points is the counties do own the data, so very open to suggestions on how we move forward. And what is there anything that we can do through this method, through the rule method? The rule maybe, but very open to hearing any other comments about that, in addition to legislation.
I agree that the burden does, or the authority lies with the county to provide these lists, but as we know, the counties do not move without the permission of the Secretary of State. I hate to say that, but that's the reality of the situation today. And as far as the numbered voter list, the numbered voter list really violates HAVA principles that require a paper auditable trail. The numbered voter list is now an electronic file. It is not, there's not a written paper document that could be audited in that case, and it's outsourced to a vendor. So we've outsourced the documentation of who votes in our elections to a vendor. It's not held in the state. We don't own it. We have to request it from this vendor. I can't imagine that we would conduct an election and it's a vendor that holds the information of how our election was just administered. So that I find problematic from the start. But we don't have a paper trail. It's electronic. It has to be requested by the county to this vendor. Otherwise, the vendor does not provide this to the county to give it to provide it to somebody that wants to have this or needs it, or a superintendent that wants to look at it. And you know, I find that totally unacceptable. So the numbered voter list is not compliant with federal law, and nor is it certainly available to people that need it for certification, people that want it for evaluation and investigation. So this is definitely a legislative issue, and the legislature should look at this and look at it from a federal requirement standpoint, that whether we're compliant with Help America Vote Act, and also I would encourage the legislature to put this in the budget also to provide for that and not charge for a numbered voter list. Pennsylvania actually has electronic poll books, and they still have a handwritten numbered voter list. So people that come in to vote in person, a handwritten list is made at the time of voting. It's the paper trail, it's the audit trail, and they're still using e-poll books. So it can be done, it's possible. People can still write on a piece of paper, and I think it would be advisable to do that.
Member King.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that, as a board, we recommend this rule to the General Assembly to be considered as something they should add to this upcoming session, particularly around the cost of this of obtaining these documents, as I do believe that it disenfranchises voters.
I would like to hold on that motion. First, we need to rule on the, to initiate petition, rulemaking on this petition.
If we were to rule against, sending this into the rulemaking process, then I would come back and make a motion that we recommend it to the General Assembly.
Or we can defer this for further consideration, then you can make a motion to refer to the General Assembly. So we leave it open on the table.
Okay, so the best move then is to leave it on the table and then make the motion to recommend it to the General Assembly?
Or is there also a withdraw
I just
option that
don't
would be
wanna-
good or not?
I know.
Mr. Chairman, according to our, the rules, we have to do an up or down vote on a petition. So
Okay. All right. I thought we tabled these before.
we have, but I think it's probably not, does not comply with our rules directly. There
So
are
what if
rules.
she withdrew?
Well,
If she withdrew it, then can we
Yep.
make the motion to send it to
Absolutely.
to recommend it to the
Absolutely.
General Assembly? That way it doesn't go to them with us having voted against it
Okay.
or voted it down. 'Cause we're not necessarily against it.
So I think that Member King is asking whether you would withdraw this and then should present a motion to send this to the legislature with the board's recommendation.
Sure, if that's, yeah, I think that's fine.
Any more comments? All right, so,
I'm just relying on y'all's expertise, so hopefully.
I think that what, if you will agree to withdraw this, then Member King will make a motion to send this to the legislature.
Okay.
All right? Both of them?
Well, I don't know. Should we not talk about this? You don't want to,
They're
you
both,
recommend?
they're both substantially,
Okay, you recommend it for both?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then I'll,
all right. We'll deal with the first one first.
I don't have, I was going to say, I don't think there was anything else I needed to add for the second one for you guys, so I think we're okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right?
The
Okay.
petitioner has agreed to withdraw petition SCB Rule 183-1-12-.19, subsection 11. The chair will entertain a motion from Member King.
Yeah, I make a motion that, as a board, we recommend this petition to the General Assembly to be considered into lawmaking during their upcoming session.
We have a motion from Member King to take this petition and recommend it to the legislature for potential addition to statute.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Point of order, is this the rule about the qualified voter list?
It's subsection 11.
Subsection 11 is the numbered voter list, numbered list of voters. So I thought we just had a discussion about the qualified voter list.
Well, we kind of interspersed it. We started out with number 11.
Okay. Started with the second one.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Well,
but-
it was the first one on the
Okay.
agenda. It was the second one in the.
Okay, but I think you understood my presentation, how it flowed for both anyway, so. But if you have questions, I mean, I could still answer.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a little slight modification to my proposal. I would like to make a motion that we as a board send this petition to the General Assembly, as well as request that they consider adding funding to this particular petition so that those who are unable to afford to purchase the documentation that should be publicly available to them, that there is funding already available that can cover that cost so that they're able to obtain the documents, although they may not be able to afford them. So that's my modification.
And I want to clarify, this is for Rule 183-1-12-.19, subsection 11.
Correct, until we get to the
Okay,
next one.
we have a motion from Member King to send this petition to the legislature and ask them to create statute and also to fund it.
Yes.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Without a thorough vetting of this with experts, with counties to really understand, I'm not prepared to support any legislative recommendations without having a full hearing on a matter.
We're certainly going for the legislature. They would have the opportunity to vet it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we would hope they would, so. Any further discussion?
Well, I would like to say that I think the two basic requirements for voters is to know who is eligible to vote and who voted. It's very simple. It's not any more complicated than that. Who's eligible to vote and who voted. So I don't understand anybody's hesitancy. I think we all agree that these are the basics of holding an election and administering election. There's nothing secret about this. There shouldn't be. There's nothing proprietary about it. There shouldn't be. This should be available to the counties, to the superintendents, to the candidates, to the campaigns. It is to the campaigns. And it should be available to the public for those that are interested, that those that have become enamored with looking at elections and looking at lists and making sure that these lists are accurate and current. Because electronic lists are, there's a certain risk with these, and I've been listening to people call for the last 3 weeks about my name's not on the list, my name was mysteriously moved, I was moved to another county, I thought I moved here, but they moved me back. So this provides an opportunity for everyone to help with the accuracy of who is eligible to vote. Thank you.
Member Gazal.
I think some of the challenges that you just outlined are precisely why I'm a little bit reluctant to say that in this form that the lists need to be published and then additional lists published, because it makes it appear that the lists are static, and they are not. Our voter registration deadline is a postmark deadline, which means that a voter needs to have their registration, if it's on paper, in the mail by the deadline. I know that by the end of the first week of early voting, there were counties that still had tens of thousands of voter registrations that had not yet been processed. And that's why we saw this. So these supplemental lists, they don't actually exist except for Election Day, because the list isn't static. There is not a fixed list when early voting starts, because the counties are still processing this. I think it's a huge problem that there was such a backlog in some of these counties to process the registration. So I need to have a better understanding of the administrative burden that we're adding to the counties for posting these lists on a daily basis on top of everything else that they're doing during an election. I think we owe it to the counties, before we're making a recommendation for legislation, to understand what it is that we're asking them to do, because I don't think we have that understanding without hearing from them. And absolutely, the legislative process is the appropriate place to vet this, because they will have hearings, and the legislature may choose not even to take it up. Somebody has to sponsor it as a bill. You have to find a legislator to actually submit it and drop it into the hopper. But that's...
I feel like, Member Gazal, I feel like you're kind of proving the point as to why we need this rule, because if we're going based off of postmarked, right, that means that we are to expect that there's going to be registrations that are not going to necessarily be in the system prior to the election beginning. To start an election without knowing how many people are eligible to vote is bizarre within itself. I think this is just proving why this is a very important rule, and maybe the legislators will look at those aspects of it, because I do think that is extremely important to note, and say maybe we should look at addressing the voter registration process, where we do make it where it's a cutoff date. We actually have an actual cutoff date that's not a postmark date, that will prevent us from having thousands and thousands of registrations that are just kind of sitting there and unprocessed. I don't think there should be any registrations unprocessed before Election Day starts, or early voting starts, or any form of voting starts. That in and of itself creates the chaos that we claim to be trying to prevent. So I think that's more of a reason why I feel even more confident in supporting sending this to the General Assembly, so that they can kind of flesh out those details and create a process that people can have confidence in.
Any further comments? I think everyone knows I'm a huge proponent of letting legislators legislate. So we have a motion and a second to send this petition to with a recommendation to the legislature and a recommendation to fund it. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
I'm going to abstain.
We have 3 ayes, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We will move to the second petition, which is, should have voted on it. The next one is petition for amendment of SEB Rule 183-12-.19, subsection 6. Ms. Frazier, are you willing to withdraw that petition?
Yes.
Ms. Frazier is withdrawing that petition. Do we have a motion on the petition?
I would like to make the same motion that we, as a board, send this particular petition to the General Assembly for consideration into lawmaking of this upcoming session. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one because I don't think there's a and fund it. If there's funding that needs to be provided, yes, that they will fund it as well.
We have a motion. We have a motion to send SEB Rule 183-12-.19, subsection 6 to the legislature with a recommendation that they pass legislation pertaining to it and funding it. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Abstain.
We have, the motion carries 3-0, 1 abstention. Thank you, Ms. Frazier.
Thank you. Just one closing remark. I really appreciate everyone's input. I really appreciate that you guys have looked into this with me. I just ask that you continue. I think there's still a lot of questions. If you would just dig in with the county supervisors on your own time and get us that feedback. I mean, be specific about what it would take to get transparency, and that's all I would ask. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a couple of former legislators up here, and we will depend upon them to tell us how this needs to be presented to the legislature. So, the next item on the agenda is old business, discussion of voter challenges. Director Cohn, how long do you anticipate that will take?
We have a speaker that's going to. We have a speaker today that's going to speak to that. I believe you have carved out time for him, about half an hour, and he's going to get up and present exactly how his program works and give you some data to consider from the 24 election. So, is now the appropriate time to bring him forward?
Well, the question is whether you want to do it now or you want to do a comfort break first? Or we'll have a comfort
break sounds good.
We have a motion for a comfort break?
Yes. Amen.
Oh, so moved.
We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So moved. We'll come back at 11:10. 11:10. This meeting is called back to order. We now move into the unfinished business part of our agenda. We're officially changing the name from old business to unfinished business going forward. Alexandra? Yeah, we're changing from old business to unfinished business going forward. Okay?
Nobody likes old.
Yeah, we don't. The item on there is a discussion of voter challenges. Director Cohn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to bring forward Dr. Rick Richards. He's a family and emergency physician from Evans, Georgia. After serving in the Army, he joined the Medical College of Georgia faculty, where he taught medical students and residents and conducted research. He has pioneered innovations in healthcare access, cost containment, medical management, and healthcare technology. He's authored over 70 publications in peer-reviewed journals, 7 book chapters, and multiple computer programs. For the past 10 years, he was on the Augusta University Research Institute Board and served as chair of its Audit and Finance Committee. And with no further ado, Dr. Richards, please come forward.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to appear. Many of you have never heard of me because I prefer to stay quiet. You've not heard me on podcasts. You've not heard me out screaming and hollering about what's going on because I prefer to work with the data. My opinion is irrelevant. 2 + 2 is 4. My opinion on whether it's 4 is irrelevant. So I have been immersed in the data for the past few years. I've tried to conduct this in a nonpartisan manner, let the data speak for itself. There have been numerous slings and arrows been thrown in my direction about myself and about the software. I'm going to talk about some of those today for the first time. I'm going to talk about how Eagle AI works. I'm going to talk about it in terms of the qualified data voter list. I don't have the final voter histories, but we'll talk about that a little bit as well. As mentioned earlier by Eugene, Eagle Eye has no data of its own. It only ingests county, state, and federal data. It does allow, through the acquisition of additional information, documentary evidence, but it uses the same methodology. After interviewing large numbers of county elections workers, people who did voter list maintenance, I asked the questions. How do you do this? When somebody calls and says, my Aunt Kate has died, how do you go about documenting that? What do you need? What must you have to determine that that person is actually deceased? When somebody says, my neighbor moved from Georgia to Florida, what do you do to document that before you respond and with an action on the voter roll? So there's the data and there's the documentary evidence. Now I'm going to talk about both of those. And then I'm also going to demonstrate how the program works. I'm going to show you what we do, the methodology. And for anybody that wants to stay around, I will actually demo it. As long as I get Wi-Fi access, I can demo it. We can play with it till midnight if you want to. I'll answer any questions. I'll tell you anything you want to know about every single step of every single thing the software does. So, according to officials, we're using a multi-pronged strategy to ensure our voter rolls are the cleanest and most accurate in the nation. Clean. Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing now. Honest, fair, or showing that you have not done anything illegal. Accurate. Conforming exactly to fact. Errorless. Capable of providing a correct reading or measurement. Clear enough. I'm a Georgia voter. I've lived here since 1979. I am not pleased with the way the media appears to be, get this thing working. Well, that doesn't work. Try it that way. It worked this morning. Very strange. I'll do it that way, the old way. So it was brought up at this meeting, October 8th. Representative Draper said, when you say there is more sophisticated technology out there about voter challenges, that's hard. About Eagle Eye, well, I have spent a lot of time on it. And not to your fault, I'll bet that the things you have spent a lot of time are the things that were written by these institutions right here. If you look us up on the internet, we have no website for a reason. It's not about publicity, it's not about PR, it's not about partisan, it's just about the data. I don't want a website. I just want to crunch the data. These entities, however, have gone off the deep end and made up so many lies and myths about what we're doing. It's absolutely funny, if it wasn't me, that they could assume these things. So I actually took their articles. This is one of them. The stuff you see in black is what the article said. The stuff you see in red are my corrections to what they wrote. That's how bad these articles are. Now, what do you do when somebody is writing a bunch of lies about you? I called them up. I called every one of these organizations and tried to talk to all of those people. Not a single one would talk to me. I then followed up with a letter to every one of them. Only one responded. Andrew Barber responded on LinkedIn saying he wouldn't talk to me, but I could send him anything I wanted. So I'm not surprised that you had some misconceptions about what it is we do and how we do it. So let's go through a few of these things. And Eagle Eye is a third-party program. Think about that for a moment. All software is a third-party program. So what's that about? That scrapes the internet. Well, when you do research on the internet and you're a developer, that's called scraping. It's now part of what's known as artificial intelligence. So of course we do that. Rejected by county election offices as being worse than the programs they already have. Not a single county has rejected our data saying that it's worse than the programs they already have. In fact, not a single county election office has rejected our data for any other reason than they didn't want to use it, because it is accurate, and I'll show you all of that. In fact, if you go back, I studied the 2009 U.S. Election Assistance Commission's best practices for voter list maintenance, and I used this manual, which you can download and read, to design the software and the methodology we use in the software. For example, it recommends states are encouraged to use technology to ease the workload on their election offices as they deem appropriate. Given the scarce resources for election administration, states are encouraged to explore what technologies and processes might help reduce the administrative burden and increase the accuracy and efficiency with which the election administration information is collected and maintained. Mission statement right here. Best practice. It was also said when somebody dies, there's an official database that we go to remove these people off the rolls. That would be ERIC for Georgia. These are the states that ERIC has in its membership, 24 states and District of Columbia. ERIC says on their website they use voter registration, Secretary of State, motor vehicle data, Social Security, death master list, and the post office's national change of address. I'm sort of thinking the states also use their public health data for deaths, their felon data, and I was hoping they'd use the jury declination list for non-citizens, but special legislation in Georgia made it illegal to do that. So we can't use the data that you can't use the data that you have on people who decline jury duty because they're non-citizens. Just one problem with the Social Security list. In 2011, they dropped all deaths that were over 3 years old. They no longer give you any address information except the zip code. What's up with that? The Social Security Administration admits that they have missed 16 million obituaries. So we actually, to take a look at how that might affect the Georgia data, we took all the data from the start of ERIC regarding every state they were in, the population and the deaths. We compared it to the census data, and we came out with 2.8 million. They picked up 324,000 over the 4-year period. That's their data. ERIC picked up 324,000 deceased in all of their member states. The census data with the obituary data says there should have been 2.8 million. So they got 11%. So for the record, and if anybody's talking or being interviewed on any podcast or media, these are the facts. Eagle Eye Network has no data of its own. So don't say our data is not accurate. Our data is well, I'll go through that in a minute. No data. We use the voter registrations. We get it directly from the Secretary of State. The only difference is we only get the year of birth. We used to get the date of birth, but for some unknown reason, we don't get this anymore. We should get it. I'd like y'all to ask the legislators to put it back on. We get the voter history from the Secretary of State, as does Eric. We get the change of address, as does Eric. We only use permanent move, so those statements about us using temporary moves are a lie. And the natural obituary database, I actually purchased all obituaries in the United States from 1998 forward. That's documentary evidence only. So the best practice says the human review process involves review and best judgment based on attributes at hand, because having more attributes, more data, improves match accuracy. Having more attributes reduces the number of voters inappropriately categorized as ineligible. True. So to that data, we also acquire the corporate information from the Georgia Secretary of State, the coding accuracy support system data from the post office, the property class zoning codes from the county, the land use codes from the county, the tax assessor data from the county, the felons data from the state, and then we use Google Business, Sky, Street, Zillow for pictures to help in the documentary evidence gathering only. This is an example of the land use codes. So we can punch in 9108, pick up everybody that's registered as a cemetery. It's pretty simple. These are the property classifications, and this is an example of how we integrate it with color coding. So this is a tax exempt based on the property code. It's a religious based on the land use code. This is commercial retail mailing agency licensee from the post office. This is a virtual CRMA. This is one that the post office says is a vacant address. This is the one the post office says is not residential delivery, so that would be a non-residential site. This is additional documentary evidence to help the person making the decision while they maintain the list at the county. If we throw a wide net that is too wide, we run the risk of capturing incorrect data that can potentially disenfranchise somebody. That is wrong. That's very important. I agree 100% with this statement. But what about the 8,000 registrations that were challenged this past year using this data? If we do one mistake, which is possible, of course, what's the recourse? Takes them 30 minutes to re-register. However, the other 7,999 who don't get taken off, that should be, what about disenfranchising the 7,999 people? They have no recourse. They can't vote. Done. So if we're going to talk about balance, we need to balance the disenfranchisement. During the presentation at the last election meeting, I heard a lot of talk that I think is misinformation about how challenges elections work. And I think when we talk about election challenges, we also have to keep in the context of regular list maintenance, because there's a very robust, regular list maintenance process happening all the time. Let's listen to what that is.
So my question is, are we doing routine maintenance of the voting records by removing felons?
Sorry. That didn't work out. You gotta turn your volume up.
Let me see.
I don't know how to turn that volume up any. I would encourage y'all to play it. It's at the website. Let's see.
Try that again.
It's not going to play. We'll come back and get it. Do what?
My question is, are we doing routine maintenance of the voter rolls by removing felons, convicted felons from our list?
Commissioner Thorne, Fulton County never does an independent search for anybody, dead people, felons, people who live out of state.
So,
It's debate night, but we're not in Milwaukee.
do we get it? Okay. So, according to the county attorney and chairman of their board of registrars, Fulton County never does any independent list maintenance, period. That's not very robust. Another example, 261 registered registrations at 1501 Mercer University, Bibb County. The Georgia Public Broadcasting had a story. As for the other challenges, every building on the Mercer University campus shares the same single address. So the registered students there, the board said they're in the clear, just like that, in the clear. However, 199 of those registrations were greater than 6 years old. I hope some of those have graduated. Those should be reviewed. The residence of any person shall be held to be that place in which the person's habitation is fixed without any present intention of removing therefrom. I suspect most people go to college, move into a dorm, and they have an intention presently of moving to another dorm the next year, and another dorm, and then somewhere else. It's certainly not a permanent residence. The student post office is not a registration address. Students are eligible to vote. Absolutely they should vote, but they need to vote like everybody else in accordance with the law. I was going to mention that I checked 4 other universities in the Atlanta area. There are 1,449 at one location with 785 greater than 6 years, 2,282 at another college, 584 of those greater than 6 years, 115 in 45, 2,108 with 1,110 registered over 6 years. Somebody needs to be doing some robust, routine list maintenance. When the election challenges were initially contemplated, it was about personal knowledge of somebody who wasn't eligible to be on the voter rolls. While that may be true, this has nothing to do with personal knowledge about a voter, because the challenges are against registrations, not voters. Nobody at the Board of Registrations at the county knows these people when they approve them. Nobody at the county knows these people when they take them off for whatever reason. Nobody at the Secretary of State has any personal knowledge of these people. That's horse hockey. So let's go back and take a look at why some of the counties might have had a question about some of the Eagle Eye data. It's because they use ERIC, 24 states in the District of Columbia, 71 million or 42% of the population. Eagle Eye has 33 states plus the District of Columbia, 137 million, 82% of the voting population in our database. So they're missing at least twice, and by spring, we will have 90% of the voting age population in the database. Let's focus on one little data element to point out the problem. When you register to vote in Georgia, number one, your legal name, and it defines it. Your full legal name, including any suffix such as senior, junior, the third, is required on this form. In Georgia, the definition of the full legal name is all of those components. In fact, there's a warning. It's a felony not to fill out the application correctly. Help Americans Vote Act of 2022 says the same thing, full legal name. On the qualified list of electors, 3 had no first name, 9,363 only had a first initial, 951,160 had no middle name, it was blank. Now, a lot of people, roughly 15% of the population, don't have a middle name, so let's drop that down to 808,000, and then 866,000 only had an initial. All of those are ineligible voter applications. all of them, are felonies if prosecuted. 1.6 million out of 8 million registrations are ineligible for approval without correction prior to granting active status. Names show up like these on the left. Street addresses show up like these. 5 different versions of the same address. The importance is not just that it's legal, but when Eric or anybody else tries to do a match for cross-state duplication or in-state duplication, they don't match. So they end up being duplicate registrations. They're registered one way, now they go get their driver's license renewed, they get a second registration. If an applicant fails to provide all of the required information on the application for voter registration with the exception of current and valid identification, the Board of Registers shall notify the registrant in writing of the missing information. None of those should have been approved. None of those should be active. All of those could have been corrected during this last election when they showed up and showed their ID and say, oh, John, oh, it says here John William Smith. I see John W. Smith. Let me fix that for you. Could have been fixed on the spot, problem gone. It shall be the duty of the County Board of Registrars to determine the eligibility of each person applying to register. The Board of Registrars shall not determine the eligibility of the applicant until and unless all required information is supplied by the applicant. 1.6 million registrations are ineligible based on face value. The legal term aiding and abetting refers to a person's action to help or support someone else's illegal act. Aiding and abetting is a crime in itself, held against those who would somehow assist a criminal, short of physically contributing to the act. This is the trash that is in our database. This is a name. 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 This is an apartment number. This is an apartment number. We will be taking all of the qualified data and running it through a series of filters, and it will show us the no forwarding address, the address not known, the invalid address, the partial addresses, the business addresses, the P.O. box types, those addresses that the post office says are not delivering mail. This is the United States Coding Accuracy Support System. Are you aware that Georgia doesn't even use this? They send out mail to everywhere, and unlike the people that send you all those go vote for me, vote for this, and here's the catalog season, they send those addresses to the post office to take all of these off of them so they don't have to pay for them. Why wouldn't a county or a state do the same thing before they sent out all of these? I can tell you, it's over 100,000. I've already done a test run. It's over 100,000 people that are on the roll using registration addresses that cannot receive mail. We will be looking at the canceled registration who vote, the obituaries not verified. Those are the ones that are in our database but have not yet been physically reviewed by a human. Those are the verified. Non-residential verified are those that have been viewed by a human. I'll show you how we do that in a minute. This is the moved and registered, moved, registered, and voted, and homestead tax exemptions. We'll look at those in a moment. I'm going to give you some exact data. So you heard earlier that there were about 4,000 who voted not on the certified list. It's actually 4,536. How could that happen? How many? These are the ones that are registered in one county and voted in another. These are the ones that registered after 10/7. And if you could let me know which county had over tens of thousands to do that, I'd be happy to check that, because according to the certified list, it was 566. Nobody had 10,000, but I'd be happy to look that up because data is data. And then we have quite a few people who have never voted, yet active. So this is the program. This is the initial screen. Let me explain it to you quickly. All of the data is color-coded, so anything that's light blue comes from the Secretary of State. Voter history, their entire voter history is here. Here's their registration information. Here's information in the state corporate database. If they happen to be have moved, it will show up in the post office data, which is purple. If we grab the information on corporate information, it shows up here. Here's the property tax and land use coding information. So that's how that looks, just quickly. When you sign in, you can pick who you want to work. Any citizen can sign in and get credentials and work this. We don't give it to politicians or people running for office or people I wouldn't double date with. But here we have the type, non-residential, status active, looking at those who voted in 22. It's been assigned by me. They're from Chatham County. I pick one of these. It pops it over to here. And this is the workspace. It has all the information relative to deceased. So anything we have relative to that person being deceased, this is their year of birth, their age calculation. We click that yellow bar. It does exactly what the county list maintenance people do. It goes out to their browser. It looks up the key information here, looks for their obituary. If it finds their obituary, it will copy that obituary. It will place it right here. It will place the information. If we have their obituary text, it'll place it right here. It grabs their last date voted, puts it here. We then make that available to the county just like this in a spreadsheet. And here's all they got to do is click on that link, and it goes right to the documentary evidence that they spend 30 to 60 minutes trying to find when they're doing it manually themselves. We can also send them a link to the picture, send them a link to the website of the funeral home. This is for people who are registered at non-residential addresses. This is the same information. You'll recognize all the colors. You'll notice in the corporate database lookup, it says it's a UPS store. Here's a picture from the sky. Here's it all labeled out. I can also click here and go to Zillow, click here and get a sky view, rooftop, click here and go to a street view and navigate to it. Click right here. Any of these buttons will take me to the site where I want to look this stuff up. I can list my favorites right there and use my own tools. I can click a button and it will go out and using the typical logic that is defined, it will find all the duplicates. Now, the person that does voter list maintenance at the county has to verify all of this. None of this is a decision. It just makes them more efficient at doing what they were normally going to do anyway. Just clicking that button, 1,609 duplicates. The most was person registered 5 times. This is current, by the way. This is certified data, qualified data, excuse me. Here's the wrong name. People are registering in one state. The blue top line is Georgia registration. The bottom line in yellow is any other of the 33 states we have data on where that person is registered. We correlate that information with the national change of address information. The individual says, I am going to move from 123 Main Street, Atlanta, to 123 Main Street, Charlotte. We take that information, we send it to the U.S. Post Office. They send us back the barcodes for both of those addresses. We then look up that barcode in the North Carolina database. We find the same person at 123 Main Street in Charlotte. That's the same person, no question about it. So this person registered in this state as Leanne, and they're registered in this state as Leanne with nothing. Here, Cynthia and Cindy, Jackie and Jacqueline, B and B, with the accent, without the accent, no middle name. So the red marks where there's an aberration between the two, a space either before, in, or after the name. Here they put a dash, here they put a L period, G period. These are matches. You say, well, that happens every now and then. Let's take a count. 88,000 problems with the apostrophe. 372,000 problems with the space. 951,000 with it being blank. 864,000 with it being an initial instead of the name. 143,000 with it being a dash. 235,000 with it being an initial and a period. This is a big, big problem. There's a technical term for this. In the data industry, we call it garbage. This is garbage. I'm ashamed of our data, that it's no better than this. And I handed this information to the Secretary of State, put it in his hand twice over a year ago. Nothing's been done. Let's drill down on it. This is how we determine the moves, who's moved and registered, who's moved, registered, and voted. a series of algorithms have been designed to pick these things up so that the 1 means there's a match, this means there's no match and no data. This is their data, this is their vote, state, county, registration date, move date, last voter election date, type out of state versus in-state versus in-county. This is their name information, sex, correlation score. This is whether it's a duplicate or not. 1 means it's an exact dupe. This is their birth information, match on month, day, year, match just on year, name score, birth score, and there's a lot of information on out there. So that's the way the information comes up. Moved out of Georgia and registered 43,883. I think that's a problem. Homestead tax exemption at a different address, 13,348. I think the county tax administrators would like to know that. We'll be sending that to them so they can put these people back on the, for property tax. This is the documentary evidence put together with the data that we get from the various federal, state, and county, and it has all the information to determine that this individual has a homestead tax in another at another address, even though they're registered at this place, this address in Milledgeville, Georgia. They have a homestead tax at Palm Coast, Florida. This is all the information about that property. Moved to another jurisdiction, registered in another jurisdiction, have a homestead tax exemption at another property, 13,000. This is how we provide the documentary evidence to the counties. This information, this person is moving to Georgia, and they left out this name. This is really easy, but it should have been picked up before eligibility was granted. The data is there, just look for it. So how do we fix it? It's real easy. Most of these errors could be fixed in a week or 2 if they just activated the normal, everyday data validation rules that almost all software, CRM software has today. Just do what you're supposed to do, and it'll fix it. Don't allow any blank fields. Put NA. Run the algorithms. I offer to give all of this to the state. Show them how. Crickets. Easy to fix. Easy to fix. If you can go online and buy something and it says, oh, do you want to use that address or would you like to use the right address? State could do that and fix every one of those address problems if it wanted to. Systems are designed to achieve the outcome that we get, either by commission or omission. Someone or team of ones have made a decision not to do it right. Period. It's easy to do it right. It takes more effort to do it wrong. So, why have the counties not accepted the challenges from the citizens who have used Eagle Eye as only part of their research? Forsyth and Cobb said it was because the data is not certified. I said, it's your data. What do you mean it's not certified? Well, who certified it? In your machine. I said, I don't know. Who do I need to certify it? I said 3 times, who would you recommend I have certify it? They refused to answer the question. They passed a motion to adjourn the meeting, and I said, excuse me, there's a question on the table. You have not yet told me who I should ask to certify these results. The county attorney stood up and said, y'all don't have to answer that, the meeting's over. Bibb and Chatham said the information came from third-party software. That would mean you can't use Excel, you can't use Word, you can't use Google Browser, you can't basically use your computer, and heaven forbid you write first-party software and use it. And DeKalb said, as I sat there and watched it, different date of birth, different date, not date of birth, different date, different date, different date, all denied. Well, that's because Georgia only gives you the year of birth. Others give you the age, and the age happens to be calculated when you get the database, or on January 1st, it automatically adds a year, so it's going to be a year off. And having looked at tens of millions of these records myself, I can tell you the cheaters put their day, month, or year off by 1, occasionally 2, to throw you off. So I sat there watching them flip these denied, 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 knowing those were the people who were intentionally cheating, therefore being left on. And for those of you who say people don't vote in multiple states, this column right here has a red line if they either voted in the new state but were still registered, voted in the old state after they moved to the new state, voted in both states, and voted in both states in the same election. And I can tell you, nationwide in 33 states, it's in the hundreds of thousands. I am willing to wait until whenever. I'm willing to sign in live if I can get internet, and we can actually pay with some live data if you want to. You can't take pictures, of course, because it's real people, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to set the record straight. 2 + 2 is 4. Let's agree on that and quit all the adjectives and adverbs and assumptions and presumptions and projections and transferences taking place. And I hope I've helped with what you had to say earlier. I didn't mean to pick on you at all. Just wanted to point out that I guarantee you went to those same information sources that made this stuff up, because some of the things you said were exactly what they said. But now you're an intelligent lady. You're in the House of the Representatives. I'd love to meet with you for as long as you want. Love to play with it, let you see whatever you want to see. I have no secrets. It's just data. It's publicly available data. Everything in here is public data. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Member Gazal.
Yes, Dr. Richards. So you just said that this is all publicly available data. So that means you do not have access to the PII that the states share confidentially through ERIC.
I do not have access to the last four of the Social Security number. What else?
Dates of birth?
I have dates of birth from most states. I don't have it from Georgia, but I have year of birth and age.
Do you have access to driver's license information? Driver's license numbers?
I do not have driver's license information from all states.
Okay, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because we recently heard a case where there were reported 350 allegations of people who had possibly voted in 2 different states. Based on the research conducted by the Secretary of State's office, that list was culled down to 15 because there were so many false positives. There were so many based on publicly available data. There were hundreds of these people. Once they actually compared the PII, more than 340 of them were not the same person. So do you understand why there are many people who are very concerned about making these allegations that there are hundreds of thousands of people when you don't have access to the same level of data that the states do when they're conducting their list maintenance?
Let me put it into my profession. Having taught biostatistics and epidemiology at the medical school as part of research, I assure you there are a lot of medical tests that have false positives. What is the recourse? The recourse is you repeat the test. In this situation, this does not make the answer, does not make the definitive. It gives the information to the individual who will do that. So your example functioned precisely as it should have. That's great. I appreciate the example. It reinforces everything I was talking about.
But this is also why when states say that the data they get from ERIC, it is vastly superior because ERIC provides the PII for these lists. Are you also aware that the NVRA requires that if a voter has moved to a new state, you can only remove their registration if you've got their signature? Now that signature can be, and generally it is from a copy of the voter registration, from the new state, which is then submitted to the old state. That is the only circumstance unless that you can immediately remove a voter from the voter rolls without going through the 2 federal election cycles under current legislation.
Ma'am, that's not true. The state of North Carolina, when you sign up there to vote, it and other states has on their form that you grant permission for their registration to be removed if they go and register at another location.
That is the signature. So if that is a signature on the form, that's precisely what I'm saying. And there are some states that don't share those forms. Florida does not share their voter registration forms with Georgia. So we can't remove voters who have moved from Georgia to Florida unless we have an affirmative signal from that voter, yes, I've moved.
So how does this work? I'll give you an example. I moved from Evans, Georgia to Florida, and I registered to vote. And somebody calls and says, Rick moved to Florida, registered to vote, calls my county. My county goes online, and they see that I registered to vote. And then they send me a letter saying, well, I understand you've moved, whatever it says, the form letter. Would you please sign this? And if I don't send that back, then y'all won't take me off the roll in Georgia?
That would be, if they did, without the signature, it would be a violation of the NVRA. You would be moved to inactive status for
and if I vote, and if I then vote in Florida, what happens?
It is a violation of the NVRA if it is removed, if you would be removed without your signature. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the best. I am not making a policy view on this. I am telling you what the law says.
I would disagree on what it says. I'm not a lawyer. Don't play one on TV.
I am.
But, well, I appreciate that. My opinion, which I rarely give, but my opinion is that the part of the NVRA says it applies to eligible voters. And a voter who is registered in Florida and voted in Florida does not meet Georgia's law for requirements for registration.
Every judge who has adjudicated the NVRA disagrees with you.
All right, what about homestead exemption tax in Florida? Same
I
thing?
did not ask you about that.
I'm asking about that. What about if I have a homestead exemption tax in Florida where I have declared that that's my principal residence? Does that take me off the roll?
The NVRA says you can only remove voters from the rolls if they are felons, if they have died, or if they have moved. And if they have moved, you have to follow these prescriptions.
Okay. And what about those people who were not eligible when they registered in Georgia and then moved to another state? If they were never eligible in Georgia but approved in error and they moved to Florida?
Would this, in your view, include people who register first name, last name, and middle initial?
You tell me, you're the lawyer.
You say that, but I want to make sure I understand that your view is that somebody who registers with your first name, last name, and middle initial has committed a felony. That was your statement. Is that what you said?
No, I just showed you what the law said. My opinion doesn't matter on this one. The law says it's a felony.
Wow. I'd also like to understand how you deal with certain addresses such as extended stay hotels, residential rehabilitation facilities, and college dorms. Do you classify those? Do you categorize those as non-residential and therefore inappropriate?
Let me flip that back. Non-residential has different definitions there. The question is whether it qualifies as a residential address based on the code. And plain reading of the code says no present intention of moving. Everybody who moves into a college dorm is going to move at the end of the semester or the end of the year.
But no, I'm going to disagree with that one a little bit. I stayed in the same room for 4 years.
It's present intent. Like where am I sleeping right now? Where am I staying?
Well, it's not the intent to stay in college for a long term. A permanent move is what it says.
Yeah. So I think that
anyway, we're going to disagree, and that's okay.
So, but my point is that you're flagging people, and you are making the counties do this work, and you're flagging eligible voters.
I don't think so.
Well, we can find out. I would like to jump in.
Other questions?
Member King.
Yes, sir.
No, not from the.
Yep.
I'm s-
Let's
Sorry,
let the
Mark.
board ask the questions for a moment.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't mind getting to the audience as well. I just want to make sure I don't forget certain things. All right, let's just start with this. So number one, we are debating whether or not we should have clean voter rolls. I would venture to say that every single person in this room, particularly every board member on the state election board, should be advocating for clean voter rolls. That's number one. Number two, Eric, is that a private contract? Where is Eric? Who runs it?
It is a
it the
membership
state?
organization that is private.
So it's a private. So there's a contract that comes from the states
That's correct.
that go to this particular organization?
Well, there's multi-levels there. Georgia and other states are members. They provide their data to ERIC. ERIC provides parts of that data to SEER. I don't think that's part of the contract. I hadn't seen the new one. And then SEER is the one who sorts it out and says, these are the eligible but unregistered, that the states are then required to send voter registration information to. I think it's every 2 years. That might not be true, but periodically the states are required to send everybody who is unregistered but eligible.
So is this a for-profit? Is this a non-profit? Is this what type of organization is this?
It's an association,
So
non-for-profit
it's just
association.
a non-profit association.
Correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I think that's
Okay.
correct.
I don't have a problem with competition in the marketplace. I think we need competition in the marketplace. What I'm hearing and what I'm seeing based on the data you're presenting, considering and taking under consideration all that Member Ghazal has mentioned as it relates to the information that he is not provided to him, that he's not able to have. So you're working with as much as you can get. And with as much information you have, not being all the data, but enough, you have found these potential errors.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
I don't understand is why we have a Secretary of State's office that has not compared what you have found to what we are paying for. Because as a state, if I am paying an association fee, how much is that fee? Do we know? We don't even know how much it is, right? So our tax dollars are going to this association, this not-for-profit program that we're signing into. We're trusting that they are doing their job and doing it accurately. However, you're presenting as a private entity, you're coming and saying, hey, I know this is what you're doing, I know this is what we're trusting, I know this is what we're hoping for, but however, I'm finding issues. And so the problem to me is not whether or not we can debate about voter rolls being clean. We all should agree that our voter rolls should be clean. I feel like it's asinine to debate that repeatedly. But the real issue I have is that we have a private entity that is showing us that with the information that he was able to obtain publicly, that there are errors. There are things that are not lining up with the law. That is the issue here. And this right here is why I have a problem with us paying into an organization that we don't really know who's running and hoping that they do the job that you've clearly done and did it without having an association fee connected to it. There seems to be zero accountability. I don't like the fact that our election officials get a bad rep because they're now blamed when things like this come up. When you show a list of voters that have registrations that are not filled out correctly, that are outside of what the law says that is how it should be filled out, now we're putting election workers in jeopardy because they're not adequately trained, which to me goes right back to our Secretary of State's office. So once again, we have election workers who are not being properly trained, Secretary of State problem. Then we have a private company that's coming before us and showing irregularities in the program that we have selected as a state that we are paying for, and there's no investigation. For 2 years, you haven't heard anything?
I started handing this to Secretary of State in the spring of '23.
That's a problem. There lies our major issue. I think that we have to, when I look at this, I would like to see some type of comparison done. I would like to see some form of an investigation into this, because if I'm a state and I'm paying into this organization, I think we should consider another method. And yes, this is an opinion. I know you don't like opinions, and I understand that, but this is my opinion. We need to put some type of competition into the market that will ensure our data is accurate. At the end of the day, this information not being accurate could affect Representative Draper's race. It can affect any local race out here. It can affect a federal race. This is extremely important. So I don't want to debate whether or not we should have clean voter rolls. We all need to be on the same page. But I do see that this is a problem, because if he can show me this without having all the information, and if the only argument is that you don't have all the information, then let's give him the information so that we can see if there is a real issue with Eric. Let's at least find out. I just think that makes sense, just common sense.
But the problem is it's over-inclusive. There are false positives. And I don't know anything about the security of your database and whether or not you have
It's
enough
public
safeguard.
information.
But you just said to give him non-public information.
Well, I'm
which is
saying that to
illegal.
tell him that his information should not be utilized simply because he doesn't have information that's being held hostage by our Secretary of State's office that's not an adequate argument, in my opinion. If that's the case, then let's prove him wrong by comparing the data.
It's protected
Ma'am?
by law.
Ma'am, I am more than happy to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I am a physician. I've been dealing with HIPAA for decades. This is not an issue. These servers are up to mil-spec standards for security. Not an issue. Happy to sign the exact same non-disclosure that Eric signed.
Yeah, because
That
again,
is-
this is an outside organization. So if they can have the data, so why can't this voter have the data?
Because the legislature determined that the Secretary of State should enter into an
Then
agreement
the
with Eric.
Secretary of State needs
It
to
is
consider a comparison. That's what I'm saying. There's
let's-
nothing that, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Let's
It's-
not talk over each other.
Okay,
I
okay,
can only
thank
hear
you,
one
Mr.
at a time.
Chairman, thank you. The point I'm making is that as a board, we're right, we cannot tell the state to utilize this over Eric. That's not what I'm saying by any means. What I'm saying is I need all of us to put our thinking caps on and to really look at this with common sense. If the only argument that is against what he is presenting is that he is not privy to the information or all the information that the association, Eric, that we don't know who these people are, but either way, that these people have, then we need to figure out a way, like he said, an NDA of some sort. There should be a conversation. There should at least be a meeting with the Secretary of State's office that says, hey, this is concerning. I am paying for a service that's not delivering a product that I can have confidence in. Why are we continuing to waste taxpayers' dollars if we're not going to at least take the Eric information and compare it to what Eagle has? I don't understand why our Secretary of State's office is not doing that. That's my argument. There needs to be more of an argument. Thank you. Mark, please.
Point out a couple of things. A lot of these issues being discussed here were litigated in Fair Fight versus True the Vote. The NVRA is putting restrictions on how a Secretary of State handles his routine list maintenance activities. That is a separate issue from a voter challenge, and this was litigated in that case. And Judge Jones ruled that NCOA can be used by a challenger to bring a challenge. And a challenger's job when he walks in with a challenge to a county is to provide probable cause for the county to then take over and investigate any issues that are there. So I just think we shouldn't blur or muddy the water there with those issues. And the other point I want to make, and I want to make it strongly, okay, there's a lot of false claims being made here with regard to this PII. Eric may receive PII from Georgia, all right? It received a hash version, which is an encrypted version of a full date of birth, a driver's license number, social security number, things like that. It does get those things. But here's the great misunderstanding that's in the equation. The NCOA process itself does not use any of that. So in other words, even if Eric possesses it, when they run NCOA, it's just like when I run NCOA or when Dr. Rick runs NCOA. That information is not used in that process. And this is well documented in white papers by the Postal Service. It was entered into evidence in Fair Fight versus True the Vote. So I just want to take some of the mud out of the water there. I run NCOA just like Dr. Rick, okay? In 2020, I found nearly 35,000 unqualified voters that had cast ballots. In 2022, that number was approximately 26,000. In 2024, I've just completed that processing, it's about 36,000. So over the past 4 years, we're talking about nearly 100,000 voters with questionable ballots that were cast that have stacked up. Now, granted, some of those will be long-term temporary movers who filed permanent changes of address. If I go to the beach for 6 months, I'm gonna file a temporary change of address. That information is not gonna be provided to a Mark Davis or a Dr. Rick or anybody else running NCOA because it's temporary. By definition, the only changes of address that we get back from NCOA processing were filed as permanent. But that said, when a soldier goes away for a tour of duty or a student goes away for 4 years of college or a contractor goes away for a brief contract in another city or what have you, many of them will file a permanent change of address for what is essentially a long-term temporary change. They'll file one when they leave, they'll file another one when they come back. There's no way to take those out of the equation, and those are the red herrings that are used to make arguments against keeping the voter rolls clean using these processes. We should not allow that to happen. Yes, these issues should be adjudicated on an individual basis, but those red herrings shouldn't be used as excuses for not doing this kind of list maintenance at all.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Davis, just to clarify, the actual legal question in Fair Fight v. True the Vote was whether or not voter challenges constituted voter intimidation. And that is what the ruling was, that voter challenges are not voter intimidation. Now, whether or not, that was the question at hand. So I don't want to conflate that
Right,
with
but
an
there were-
adjudication of the NVRA, because that's not what it was.
But there were a lot of these claims made in there in that case, and I can show you where Judge Jones said that NCOA can be used to bring voter challenges at the county level, and that there is a wall of separation between the challenger and the county board. So the challenger is not acting under color of law, and therefore hasn't committed voter intimidation under color of law.
And I don't necessarily disagree with that ruling, and there's no question that NCOA data is used, but nonetheless, under the NVRA, NCOA data leads to moving to inactive status and outreach to the voter to determine whether or not.
As part of the state's process, yes, that is an absolute requirement. But when we're talking about going to a county board of elections to file a voter challenge, that's not being done by the state. That's initiated by a voter as part of a voter challenge. And also, a voter themselves can come within the 90-day window and update their own records.
Well, of course. And it is the county's determination of whether or not probable cause has been met. And that is very explicitly written into our laws, that is the role and responsibility of the county superintendents. And if the challenger disagrees with that, then they are to appeal that to the Superior Court.
Dr. Richards, is your program complementary or competitive or counter to ERIC?
It is not my intent to replace ERIC. I can refer you to a company whose intent it is to replace ERIC, but it's not my intent. My intent with this was to do this for a year or two and be done. Given that we have so many states involved now actually using it and several hundred people with credentials for the citizens to use it, and numerous requests from counties for this information directly, it appears that in 2025, I will be making these reports available to counties on a regular basis. We'll just, if the county wants to get on the subscription list, pop me an email, and I'll pop them out. The citizens who are using it, I'd love to have 1,000 more actually working the data. A simple algorithm is, show me everybody who's over 100 years old. Let's put them in the unverified deceased list, and let's look every one of them up and find them, as people did in Georgia for over 2,000 in the past year. And if I remember right, is Eugene still here? And Stephan, the deceased were pretty well taken care of. You got the obituary, got a picture of it. Counties have been cooperative. There's little to argue about there. So I'll have to think about your question more.
In your opinion, are your results more accurate, as accurate, or less accurate than what ERIC produces?
I haven't seen the ERIC reports, but I have seen the records, the registrations that are still on the rolls after what should have been an ERIC report and state action. Now, ERIC does its data. It gives the data to the state. It's up to the state to do something with it. So ERIC's data could be 100% correct and the state not do anything with it. Can't say, don't know. But based on what's still there that I look at, one of those two things is not occurring, plus I have twice the data they have. So when they're looking cross-state movers, they got 23 other states in D.C. to look at. I've got 32 other, and soon we'll have 40 other to look at.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of talk, my colleague mentioned the case that we looked at recently concerning possible double voters. There were a large number of possible situations in one of the past elections. And as it turned out, there appear to be a lot of people with the same name, the same first name, middle name, and last name in different states. But that was based on just a name and not with all this other data, this publicly available data that's used by ERIC or by Dr. Richards. So as the investigation took place, those voters that actually had the same names in other states, the answer was confirmed that indeed there are people with the same names. As far as NVRA, Mark Elias has worked very hard for the last 20 years to convince you and me and everybody else that NVRA does not address the issue of eligibility or ineligibility. And he certainly has done this through the legal system with multiple suits and certainly many letters of threat to different election offices to warn them and intimidate them into actually trying to address the issue with voter rolls that are no longer accurate. Since NVRA was passed, the voter rolls have continued to become heavier and heavier and heavier and less accurate. It's part of motor voter, the duplications that are entered, or voters that are not removed. So now we're dealing with many states that are over-registered They have more registration than there are citizen voting age populations. And if you drill down even further through the reports of the Election Assistance Commission, you find counties that exceed those expectations. So a whole state might have 103% registration, citizen voting age population registration, like Georgia does. But if you look at a certain county, like Cobb County, they're over-registered to 110%. So there are some counties that are obviously not attending to the issue of making sure that the voter rolls are accurate and current. NVRA needs to be looked at, and it's really outdated, it's inadequate, and that's a legislative problem for Washington, and I hope that they will look at that in the very near future. And I would say ERIC is also inadequate and perhaps outdated. Eight states have abandoned ERIC, so its subscription is decreasing, not increasing, and they have, for whatever reason, have gotten a bad rep with the eligible but unregistered issue of requiring states to solicit registrations for people that perhaps don't want to be registered to vote. Perhaps it's a good voter registration program, but perhaps it's not really serving the purpose that it aspires to. So I think that any tool that we can use, whether it's a credit service company, they have much more data than ERIC has or than Dr. Richards has. They know data and they know how to use it. So there are many tools that we have. Technology is a wonderful thing if it's used in the right way. And I would certainly encourage our Secretary of State to look into additional tools, more accurate tools, to provide accurate voter lists for the state of Georgia.
We have some people want to make comments. Any other questions from the board?
Just want to point out that Social Security Administration considers the legal name to be first name and last name. Middle name is not considered part of the legal name as part of the Social Security Administration, so you should probably update that slide.
That it doesn't include middle name?
No.
That makes it even less reliable, doesn't it?
My point is, accusing people of committing felonies for not including their middle name is rather extreme.
I'm only reading the Georgia law and only reading HAVA.
Very good. We have people want to make comments from the audience. Let's keep our comments to 1 minute, please. 1 minute. If you'll press your buttons. One minute, please. Garland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add one point to Mr. Davis and Member King. Member Gazelle correctly said that ERIC has personal identification information in it. There is no provision in the Georgia statute that allows the Secretary of State to put our PII in a third party or a cloud or another system. We filed a lawsuit against that 2 years ago when they first announced this. We have yet to have a hearing on it. But one of the advantages of Dr. Rick's system, Eagle AI, is that it does not require that PII. And we consider ERIC, and our members consider ERIC, a threat to every voter in the state of Georgia. It needs to go.
Number 77.
Is that me,
Yes.
Just a quick comment. NVRA has been brought up a lot in this recent discussion, and I would like to make the point that while the NVRA does indeed say that a person cannot be, or a registration cannot be removed from the rolls unless there is a signature. Nowhere in NVRA does it state that the state that they are leaving from has to have that signature. So, quite frankly, the act of signing a voter registration form in the new state or applying for a driver's license, there is a signature, and that meets NVRA, that they have signed a piece of paper. And so therefore, what Eagle Eye does, for example, it shows who has registered in a state outside of Georgia, and ergo, a signature is available. The fact that it's not sent to Georgia, that's not in NVRA at all.
Number 67.
When you speak, could you state your name for the record, please, so we can identify who you are?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Marissa Pyle. I just have two very quick questions. Hopefully they're yes or no, so that we're under the 1 minute mark. One, does the law say that it is prohibited to register at a college dorm for college students?
I did not hear the question.
Could you restate
Sorry.
that?
Does the law say that it is prohibited to register at a college dorm for college students?
It doesn't mention any of those particular, as I understand the law, not a lawyer, don't play one on TV. As I understand it from plain reading is there is no special language regarding campuses or students other than that they not be treated any differently than anybody else because they are a student or are on campus. Therefore, the normal regulations requiring registering at a residence would apply. A college dormitory is not a permanent residence. Plus, it does not have a complete, when you have a registration address of 1501 Mercer University Avenue, that is an incomplete, non-deliverable, non-conforming address according to the U.S. Post Office. Therefore, it would not meet eligibility, just like not putting your apartment number on a registration.
Excellent.
So
Thank
it would
you.
not qualify under multiple renderings of the rules in my interpretation.
Okay. And then my second question is, has Eagle Eye or any of its servers ever been hacked?
Has Eagle Eye or any of its servers ever been hacked? The short answer is no. I used that term when we had a denial of benefit, a denial of service attack in our first few months after we were set up. We since have changed servers.
Okay. Number 54. No, behind you. Kristen Neighbors.
Activists who were using the Eagle Eye software complained that the data was inaccurate. One activist in North Carolina said she looked herself up in Eagle Eye and it showed that she was living in another city. Also have had complaints from activists using the software in Texas and in Arizona, and from election officials in both Georgia and Florida that say the information is not accurate. So how do you answer those concerns?
Well, I can address that fairly quickly. You've obviously read some of the articles by those people that I had up on the list here, and it's horse hockey. The particular incident you're talking about in North Carolina has a unique use of its voter ID, and it concatenates a couple of fields to create a voter ID, and the initial loading of that data used just the one that actually was labeled voter ID when we needed to concatenate the two letters that go along with it. Once it was pointed out to me, we fixed that right away, so no problem.
Just to answer your question about it being horse hockey, these were based on recordings of calls, of election integrity calls, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Consider your source.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson.
Okay, my own Earl Ferguson, I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I challenge voters in Fulton who have moved to other states and have registered to vote or voted in those states. I do not use Eagle AI, although I support it because Fulton County will not allow me to use Eagle Eye. If they used it, I wouldn't have to submit challenges. I have 2 points that I would like to make. First, with regard to Eric. Eric, when I first looked at him, was 39 states, and now there are 24. And Doc, I believe our most common move to states are Texas, North Carolina, and Florida, and I don't think either of those three is an ERIC member. Am I correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay, so they're not servicing the areas where we have people moving. The second point I would like to make is there is no question about the eligibility or the applicability of the National Voting Registration Act to remove people. The Department of Justice says so. They have a document that's a question and answer on the NVRA. I would refer you to question number 35, which specifically says that the states can remove ineligible voters. Thank you.
Number 31.
My name is Don Hackney. I'm a retired attorney.
Grab your microphone, please.
Grab your microphone.
Grab your microphone, please.
My name is Don Hackney. I'm a retired attorney from here in Atlanta. A couple of quick comments. If I heard you correctly, because I was a bit in shock, you said that the Fulton County Board of Directions does not engage in list maintenance activities.
No,
So-
they said that, I didn't.
So she didn't say that. She did not say those at all. And the notion that the professional, nonpartisan employees of the Fulton County Board of Elections do not engage in list maintenance activities is just absolutely incorrect.
Did
They
you
do
hear
that
what
on
she
a
said?
daily- They do that on a daily basis.
Did you hear what she said?
Every county board in this state is charged with and is required to engage in list maintenance services. Gabriel Sterling's testified in front of the State Senate Ethics Committee at a hearing this past year and said that all of these counties on a regular recurring basis engage in list maintenance activities using a full array of tools that the Secretary of State and others provide to them. So that statement.
So this is the same Gabe Sterling that took a leave of absence and $300,000?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Let's not get in an argument. Let's make our comments respectfully.
Just like to get through these. Next, let's be clear. If my middle initial is there, maybe that can and should be cleared up in some form or fashion. But today's hearing is here to talk about voter challenges. And it would be completely inappropriate to remove somebody from the voting list, taking away their precious right to vote, because either they or the state, when they put the number, put the information in, misspelled my name. I was a junior. My father's passed away. I'm not a junior anymore. Whatever the issue might be. And I want you all to realize that, as I've indicated to you in a written paper that I submitted, there's another law. It's the Civil Rights Act of 1965. It has a very famous, important provision called the materiality provision. And it prohibits the removal of somebody from the rolls because the information on their voter registration materials is immaterial. So that should take care of so many of these purported challenges. Lastly, just to be very clear, the NVRA is applicable to all of these voter challenges. The True the Vote case did not deal with that specifically, as was mentioned. There's another Georgia federal law case that immediately applied the NVRA to Section 230 challenges and ruled that it was inappropriate because it missed the 90-day rule and because, well, there was a second reason. They didn't follow the procedures of the act. There's a North Carolina case, federal case, that says that voter challenges have to comply with the NVRA. And as was mentioned, the Department of Justice, who in my humble opinion is looking very closely at what's going on here in Georgia, has in September amended their guidance on voter challenges to make it very clear that the NVRA is applicable to voter challenges. One final comment, because this is more of a broader issue. There was a comment that was made that seemed to indicate that when people receive, at least how I felt, when folks challenge dozens, hundreds, or thousands of people, and they get these formal letters from county boards, that to me is one of the three evils of voter challenges because of the intimidation and the threatening nature of getting those. And it's not simply a question of taking 30 minutes and re-registering. If you're wealthy, if you have access to attorneys, if you understand the election law, you get these letters, you can deal with them. It might be annoying, it might cost some money, but if you're the other 95% of Georgians, you're a school teacher, you're a nurse, you're a firefighter, you get a formal notice from your Board of Education that says that you have been formally challenged. And what do you do to that? How do you feel about that? How do voters feel about that? How do voters who don't have access to money, don't have access to understanding our laws or access to lawyers, how do they deal with that? So it's important that we get these right. It's important that the NVRA is complied with. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. This board looks like a light up Christmas tree right now. Everybody wants to speak. I understand that people have comments. The question is, does the board need anything further information? And we've been at it for about an hour and a half on this one topic now. Dr. Johnson? No.
I just want to close my thoughts out, and then I will be done with this. There is which is really bizarre to me, the defense of inefficiency. I believe, again, that this is about efficiency. It's not about perfection. There's no system that's going to be perfect, but it is about efficiency. And I believe that to the gentleman who just spoke, to your point, we should avoid placing people in a position where they have to do personal defense. We should avoid having citizens have to challenge voter rolls because the state is not doing their job. That is where the problem lies. I don't think anyone should have to be presenting their county with a list of potential voter challenges simply because we have a system that is not working. If there are states that have pulled out of this organization, we need to find out why. Why are we paying for something that other states have deemed to be inadequate? That makes no sense. Again, my frustration is not with the election officials. My frustration is not with our legislators. It's not with our activists. It's not with these organizations. My frustration is with the Secretary of State's office because this is their job. And they're putting all of this on us because they, for whatever reason, would rather stay connected, and to use a word that has been used today that I loved, stay tethered to an organization that is inefficient rather than looking into a potential option that is efficient. That's where the problem lies. Debating it here, I think, is pointless because we all agree that this needs to be cleaned up, that needs to be accurate, and I would hope that this message goes to the Secretary of State's office as a message from the people saying, get it together. Stop putting us in this position where we have to do your job.
Thank you. I think that we've heard a lot of stuff all the way around this, pro, for, against, all that. So we're going to move on. Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to speak and share. 2 + 2 is 4. Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda today is new business, and Director Cohn is going to make a short presentation on the status of the audit that was conducted.
All right, most folks here are familiar with Senate Bill 189 that passed last year in the General Assembly. Part of that bill had the ballot auditing tool as a piece to really, quite frankly, try to give the voter more comfort and a confidence in what happened during the elections. And so basically, it's the way I look at it is it's data in, data out. So you had the memory cards go in, they're not reading the QR code, it's reading the actual ballot itself. And so basically, I've spoken with Enhanced Voting. There's a $5 million ad in the budget for this. We took bids, and the low bidder was Enhanced Voting. It came in, I believe, a little over $1.5 million, so saved a lot of money, quite frankly, and got the job done. From what I'm hearing right now, they've gotten the job done. I spoke with their people as of Friday. You had over 79 counties had already complied with it. The numbers were in. Most of them would be in by close of business today. They're going to start putting the report together starting Wednesday. State certification's Friday, so looks like they're ahead of schedule. That's good news. There's a lot of little small issues. I think they had 5 counties had technical difficulties. They had sent their people down there to help those counties get up to snuff on those issues they were having problems with. And it may have been just putting the memory cards in. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to guess, but long story short is they said that some like simple issues that they could just go in and fix. Let's see what else notes. Again, they had a few where the person on absentee ballots had voted in 2 candidates on the same race. So they were trying to adjudicate those, and obviously they wouldn't count otherwise. And so that's pretty much, again, it's a quick, easy report because they had no real big discrepancies found. So for something that caused a lot of grief up on the front end, quite frankly, it's turned out to be a really good thing, very smooth, and we look forward to getting their executive summary and their reports with all the data for all of us data nerds to look at and crunch and look at and digest. So that concludes my report. It's pretty simple.
Is there any other new business come for the board? Hearing no other new business, the only 2 things that will happen is executive session. The board will break to go into executive session for about the next 20 minutes or so, and then we'll come directly back and just adjourn. Will be the only things that will be happening. So we appreciate you showing up today and for all your comments. I think it was very educational for us. And do we have a motion on executive session? And it said the purpose of the executive session is simply to discuss a personnel issue. Simply it.
So moved.
We have a motion of a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We'll adjourn for executive session.
We'll come back here.
And then come back here. Yeah. This meeting will now come back into session. The executive session has been noted. Executive Director has taken notes and will present them. Having no further business come before the board, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. So moved. This meeting is adjourned.